And we are live. Hello and welcome to Talking Doctrine, and thank you for joining us this evening. Tonight we are going to forego the open panel, open discussion. Sorry that are usually scheduled for Friday, but I have got a bunch of things that I've got to get done tonight in front of the computer, so figured we could have a watch party together. And thank you so much to Miss Debbie. I'm sure she'll be in here before too long saying hi to everybody. But she has given us a group of videos to watch that have to do with what is called the Great Reset. There's a lot of things going on that have to do with that are trying to push this forward. So it's good to be aware of everything that's going on, especially with all the drama in the political field right now. And with all of the mandates of the pandemic and all. So, the Great Reset, we'll watch. She's sent several clips. Some are shorter than others. But we should have a couple hours of really looking into this. And if you have any videos that can go along with this, please let me know. I'll put them in the description because the videos that we will watch this evening are actually already in the description, so that you can go to the original content provider and check it out from the source. But some of these have to do with what the enemy says about it. So we're going to be looking at some things from the major news outlets, as well as I think I saw the Catholic Church even talking about it. So I am very interested in being a little more informed on this stuff. And so, Miss Debbie, hello, and thank you so much for sending these our way. And also, if you have any other topics, not just you, Debbie, but anybody who's listening live or on the replay, if you have any topics that will benefit us and we should watch as a fellowship, please send them our way to talkingdoctrine@gmail.com. These watch parties, while I'm not as into the stream as if I was actually broadcasting, because I'm doing other things in the background, but I've learned so much these past couple broadcasts that we've done, these watch parties that we've done, by videos that you guys have shared with me. So, like I said, the clips or the links to these clips, some are a few minutes to several minutes. I think one is 45 minutes. So they're shorter clips, but it'll be good to get a refresher of all the things that are going on around us. So, again, I appreciate Debbie for sending these to us, and for anybody who would like to send us documentaries or clips or something that will help make us more aware of or edified or grow closer to God. Any of those types of media we'd love to share. So, I guess without further ado, let's give it a go. And this one's called The Great Reset. It's from the World Economic Forum. So this is from major media outlets. I mean, the first one's only a minute. So I'll be back in just a second. But let's see what this has to say for us. promoting it as if it's a good thing. It's usually how the enemy works, isn't it? Alright, so that's pretty simple, but here's a news clip. This one is from Sky News Australia. So they seem to give us pretty accurate news when they speak about the U.S. So that's good. Let's see what they have to say about this.
This is the plan that I have repeatedly warned about, to take the tools of oppression used to tackle the coronavirus and use them all, lockdowns, forced business closures, exclusion zones, isolation. We heard Angela Marsden earlier, businesses shut down, isolation at home, all of that, all of those measures, including destroying private property rights and private income in order to tackle the climate crisis.
Now is the historical moment, the time, not only to fight severe virus, but to shape the system.
We have a unique but rapidly shrinking window of opportunity to learn lessons and reset ourselves on a more sustainable path. It is an opportunity we have never had before and may never have again. So we must use all the levers we have at our disposal, knowing that each and every one of us has a vital role to play.
The Great Reset is a welcome recognition that this human tragedy must be a wake-up call. It is imperative that we reimagine, rebuild, redesign, reinvigorate, and rebalance our world. Rebalancing investment, harnessing science and technology, and advancing the transition to net zero emissions, all elements of the Great Reset, are fundamental to building the future we need.
And that last one was the clown Guterres, who was at the Climate Ambition Summit, telling us the world is going to cook by 3.5 degrees or something by the end of the century. Yeah, right. This Great Reset is as serious and as dangerous a threat to our prosperity, to your prosperity and your freedom, as we have faced in decades, with these powerful bodies, including the World Economic Forum, the United Nations, the International Monetary Fund, and even Prince Charles boasting that within a few short years, yes, their words, you will own nothing and you will be happy. Remember, this is not me saying this, this is them. They are even running ads for the Great Reset. A handful of countries will dominate. I wonder which ones they might be. A terrifying coalition of big business, big tech, and left-wing totalitarians are so confident and so brazen. I mean, they just stole the US election, so I guess they're feeling pretty chuffed with themselves, that they are now promising you will own nothing and you will be happy. What they should have added is, and we, the very rich, will own everything and be even happier. Of course they will. The great tragedy here is that Prince Charles is involved in this fascist, corporatist global push and is thereby putting our entire constitutional monarchy at risk. Queen Elizabeth, please give the bloke the punt. It is critical, and I urge you to write to your MPs over the holidays to insist that no Australian public servant or member of parliament, no individual on the Australian public purse attends the World Economic Forum in Lucerne in May, which is where this obscenity is scheduled to begin. Please write to your MPs and tell them. And you think I'm just imagining this stuff? Crazy old Rowan with his conspiracy theories? Think again. This garbage is already deeply embedded into our state and federal governments. I've spoken before about the insidious phrase, build back better, which sounds like common sense, but is in fact just one of several slogans for the Great Reset. Another being the Orwellian phrase, the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Here's old Klaus again, minus the white cat on his knee, telling us all about the Fourth Industrial Revolution.
The fourth industrial revolution will impact our lives completely. It will not only change how we communicate, how we produce, how we consume, it will change actually us, our own identity, and of course gives life to such policies and developments like smart traffic, smart government, smart cities, what we will see is that everything will be integrated into an ecosystem driven by big data and driven particularly by close cooperation also of governments with business, civil society, and this revolution will come at a breathtaking speed. It will be like a tsunami.
Like a tsunami in the fourth industrial revolution, you will own nothing, but you will be happy. That is an order. It gets worse. The World Economic Forum are now blatantly saying capitalism needs a dose of Marxism. As I say, it's not like they're hiding their sinister intentions. Indeed, I was horrified when an outsider fan last week sent me this document from the Australian government. Quote, "Preparing for the future, Industry 4.0 test labs in Australia, a strategic initiative of the Prime Minister's Industry 4.0 Task Force. Section 1, Significance of the Fourth Industrial Revolution." Unbelievable. So, may I respectfully remind the Prime Minister there is nothing in the Great Reset that is in Australia's national interest. Australians did not vote for a dose of Marxism in our capitalism. Speaking of Marxists, on this show this year, we also brought Dan Andrews' insidious Belt and Road dealings with Communist China to national attention thanks to my exclusive interview with US Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, which led, as I predicted last week, to the passing of the government's Foreign Relations Bill. Again, congratulations to the Prime Minister and the government for that one important piece of legislation. If the Prime Minister is true to his words and only listens and answers to the quiet Australians who elected him, then he can comfortably look forward to re-election, possibly even next year. But if he is seduced by the siren voices of the virtue signalers of the international forums, of the global warming alarmists and their doomsday predictions, of the greedy renewable investors within his own party who fraudulently claim that they are saving the planet when all they are doing is enriching themselves at the expense of the poorest among us. Indeed, if he puts the interests of the elites over the basic everyday interests of the average Aussie, it will not end well. But I am an optimist, and I believe Mr. Morrison understands that Australia rejects the reset.
It's at the end, what the fourth industrial revolution will lead to is a fusion of our physical, our digital, and our biological identities.
No, mate, not in Australia it won't. Rack off, Klaus.
I couldn't believe my doctor was telling me to throw out my fiber supplements.
Alright, so looks like the Great Reset is being pushed all over the place. They're being very bold about everything they're doing, like what we're seeing everywhere else. And then also, guys, sorry about that. When David finished his Bible study, he didn't shut the streaming off. He just ended the stream. The software was still going, so it automatically went to the D13 live stream that's, just standing right now. And so when I realized that, instead of deleting it, I just put the video to private real quick and started this. So, no, it was just a glitch, an accident. Kip and I were supposed to be doing the D13, but he's been a little standoffish from doing the broadcast for one reason or another. So, Lord willing, we'll get back to it before too long. But, yeah, we're not doing the D13 tonight. He might end up doing a stream later, but not me. So this next video is called Father Robert Altier, God or the Great Reset. There's no middle ground. Okay, so let's see what Catholics have to say about this. Maybe they're waking up to the truth. This is a little bit longer of a video, so let's see what they have to say. It looks like it's during his homily. So it looks like, see, after the Catholics, they'd have 3 readings, 2 from regular different books in the Bible, and then the gospel reading. And after the gospel reading, they have what's called a homily. It's basically what normal churches call a sermon. So he's talking about this right in the middle of their church, air quotes, their church service. So let's see what they have to say about this. This is interesting. And hello to Debbie, already said. Journey's Wake, Shelby, good to see ya. Daryl, Alex, and I don't know. That looks like Uncle Stan. But hello, whoever you are, welcome. Glad you're able to make it. But let's look more into this great reset, what the Catholic Church is telling, or at least a single Catholic priest is telling us.
Whether in the evening or at midnight or at cockcrow or in the morning, may he not come suddenly and find you sleeping. What I say to you, I say to all, watch. The Gospel of the Lord. Today we begin a new church year, as it is now the first Sunday of Advent. And a new year obviously implies a new beginning. And yet at the same time, when we listen to the readings, we see that some of it is looking forward and some of it is looking back. And there is this kind of tension that is there in Advent. It's looking back to the first coming of Christ in order to look forward to the second coming of Christ, to learn from what happened in the first coming so we will be prepared for the second.
Hey, what's going on, you guys? This is Zach Windall, the author of the Bible Study, and today I want to give you a sneak.
So in a sense, Advent is taking the two extremes and bringing it into the middle. That, of course, has been spiritually the case for 2,000 years now. Yet in our day, we also have to recognize what is going on right within our own society and our own world. It's the same basic thing, but now it's happening on the natural level. So our Lord tells us we have to watch. We have to be alert. The reason for that is exactly what we hear in the first reading. The question that we heard from Isaiah is a rather interesting one. He says, Lord, why do you let us wander from your ways and harden our hearts so that we fear you not? It's because he's given us a free will. He's given us an opportunity to make a choice. And the choice really doesn't mean a whole lot if it's just dropped in our lap. In other words, if the Lord were present in a way that he was showing himself powerful and obvious, if it was like the Israelites out in the desert where it was a pillar of cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night, it doesn't require a whole lot of faith. It doesn't really require that we're going to keep our focus on God. We don't have to be very alert and watching when it's just so blatantly obvious. And so God, in his mercy, allows for each one of us to have to make a choice. And in so doing, he hides himself. He is still present. He's right there in the Blessed Sacrament 24 hours a day. But we don't see him doing all these extraordinary things. Of course, he continues to work miracles every day, but oftentimes they're very hidden from us. And so in that, we have to make the choice. Are we going to stay vigilant? Are we going to be alert? Are we going to be watching? Or are we going to look at it as we hear in another parable where the king is delayed in his coming, and so they begin not to do their jobs, to eat and drink and beat the maidservants and the manservants and do all the things that they're not supposed to do. And when the king came back, he didn't find them watching. He found his kingdom in disarray.
Sometimes getting
I think our Lord gave us that parable for a reason, telling us that when he does come back, things are going to be a bit of a mess because people didn't watch. And it's interesting in the gospel reading what Jesus said. He said, "What I say to you, I say to all." To all. Not just to people of faith, to everyone on the face of the earth. Watch. Right now, we're coming to that point. Not of the second coming, to a point where the two extremes are going to be right next to each other. And we have to make a choice. If we look, for instance, at what is going on, just a few weeks back, Time magazine had on its front cover something called the Great Reset. The Great Reset ultimately, I guess, started with Prince Charles over in England, but it's really the brainchild of a man from Germany whose name is Klaus Schwab. And Klaus Schwab is an economist who started this thing that is called the World Economic Forum. They meet each year in Davos, Switzerland, and it is not good. But what they're doing right now, I just assumed that this was just the cover story in Time magazine. But when I looked, it's the entire magazine. It's a whole series of articles about what things are going to be post-COVID-19. The changes that we're going to be able to make in the world. It's exactly what the politicians always talk about when they say, don't waste a good crisis. And so if you've got a crisis, what are you going to bring out of it? And so they're using this COVID-19 situation to be able to say, this is our opportunity. We need a reset. And we have heard those words come out of the mouths of politicians. We've heard those words tragically come out of the Vatican. We have heard those words come from all kinds of different sources. Like I said, it's the entire Time magazine. That's how imperative this is to these people. It's about globalism. It's about an entire reset in their mind. Of course, these guys are experts at playing games with the language. So they make it sound real good. And they use words like sustainability. And that's things that we have to do. We got to get rid of this and we have to do that. But it's all one goal. And so we need to understand as we sit here today that where we're coming to, as much as they have caused intentionally this massive division in our country, this is not about Republican and Democrat. This is not about liberal and conservative. This is about good and evil. This is about Jesus and Satan. And every last one of us is going to have to make a decision. Because if these people succeed in what it is that they want to do, understand that those who are going to follow Christ will be persecuted. severely.
What is it about those big custom-built trucks that make ordinary cars seem...
Are we going to play their game? Really becomes the question. I will agree with them. We need a reset to get back to what God intended. These people are looking at the mess in our world today and saying, hey, this is our chance. This is our opportunity. We can reset everything the way that the devil wants it reset. You and I need to look at this and say we need to reset according to the Lord. St. Paul told us we've got all the gifts necessary, and God will keep us faithful to the end. That's a guarantee. But it's not magic. We have to cooperate. We have to do our part. We have to make the choice to be able to say, I will be faithful to the Lord. And that's not just, again, a cutesy generic thing. That's something that needs to be very, very practical. We need to be steeped in prayer. We need to be living our faith. We need to be a light in the darkness. Are we willing to do that? Because this is the point where we are at. The next World Economic Forum meeting, as it is every year, is in January in Davos, Switzerland, once again. The entire meeting this year is about the Great Reset. These people are focused. They are loaded. They are ready to shoot. Are we? The Lord said, watch. We have gone so far astray from God at this point as a world that we literally have come to the point of saying, as a world, as a nation, as a people, as individuals, it is a choice between good or evil. That's the choice that we are making. And understand that for what it is. And remember the way that Satan works. If he showed up breathing fire and looking like a dragon, you would say, get out of here. But instead, he shows up looking like a friend. And he talks real nice. And he says exactly what you want to hear in the way that you want to hear it. And he sugarcoats everything, and he makes it sound so pleasant. And then we buy his lie. It's worked for thousands of years. And that's where he has brought the world to today. So the choice is upon us. There is a reset. And it's going to have to be one extreme or the other. There is no middle ground in this. I keep pointing that out. You have to choose one or the other. It is 100% for the Lord, or you're with the devil. If it's 50 or 60 or 70% for the Lord, that's not going to work. There is no middle ground. There is no fence sitting in this. We must make a choice. The reset is upon us. We can go and be reset according to the way of Satan, or we can choose to reset ourselves according to the way of God. It is the beginning of a new church year. We have this tradition of making New Year's resolutions.
I'm Michael Newman. I'm the inventor of the Toller unit with OmniLock wrench. Something out of your pocket. It covers 30 wrench sizes.
How about choosing to reset our lives according to the way of Christ? St. Paul told us he's given us all the gifts necessary. Are we using them? Are we cooperating with them? Are we really focusing on the Lord? Or are we just going along and being led astray by the way the devil is presenting things and thinking that it all sounds pretty good? Of course it sounds pretty good. Adam and Eve thought the same thing. Yeah, what the devil said sounds pretty good. Look what's happened ever since. He hasn't changed his tactic. And so please, look it up. I can't say too much because I don't have a PhD in economics, so therefore I better shut up about what I'm talking about. You can look it up. It's all there, the Great Reset. Klaus Schwab, World Economic Forum. Look it up and see what it's all about. This is the philosophy that's underlying what they're trying to put into practice. Our philosophy is based on Jesus Christ. Those are the two options. And so we have a reset coming. It's going to go one way or the other. And regardless of which way the world chooses, each one of us has to make our own choice. Because the world can choose the wrong thing, and it has been doing that for thousands of years, so we shouldn't be surprised by that. But individually, we have a choice to make. We can say no to the lies of the devil. We can say no to what everybody else is doing. And we can choose Jesus Christ. And we can live it. We can choose to reset according to the way that God created things from the beginning and what he intends for each and every one of us. That's where we're at. The Great Reset. So as we begin this new church year, to recognize again, it's a great blessing. It's not pleasant. It's not going to be fun what's coming. But what a blessing that we are brought to this point where we have to make this choice. We have to go one way or the other. And either we are going to be raised up to be great saints, or we're going to go the other way. Remember, we, out of this mess, are going to see the greatest saints that the world has ever seen being raised up. What a blessing. What a gift. The chaos can finally go away and order can be brought if we go back to the way God intended. That's the choice that is ours. That is a great blessing. So God has allowed us to wander as far as we possibly could. And it's now coming to a head. Choice is ours. The Great Reset in the worldly way. The Great Reset in the Lord's way. The Lord told us to watch. He told us to be alert. That's where we're at. The choice is ours. Which way will you reset your life?
Well, for a Catholic, I gotta say that was pretty spot on. I hope that this guy's close to getting the truth. That was very impressive, and he did. It sounded like that was certainly a homily that he said in the middle, and it was kind of cool that he sent his flock off to go research, not trying to tell them everything about it, but enough to pique their interest for them to go look for it themselves, see if they're responsible enough to do so. But I think we got one more Catholic response to look at this. So let's listen to this, and this one's also about the same time. Look how magnificent their churches are, as if God dwells in temples made with hands. Oh well, pray for them, but let's listen to see what they say about this great reset.
Praise be Jesus Christ. We come to Our Lady of Guadalupe on her feast day with troubled and heavy hearts. Our nation is going through a crisis which threatens its very future as free and democratic. The worldwide spread of Marxist materialism, which has already brought destruction and death to the lives of so many, and which has threatened the foundations of our nation for decades, and now seems to seize the governing power over our nation. To attain economic gains, we as a nation have permitted ourselves to become dependent upon the Chinese Communist Party, an ideology totally opposed to the Christian foundations upon which families and our nation remain safe and prosper. I speak of the United States of America, but evidently many other nations are in the throes of a similar, most alarming crisis. Then there is the mysterious Wuhan virus, about whose nature and prevention the mass media daily give us conflicting information. What is clear, however, is that it has been used by certain forces inimical to families and to the freedom of nations to advance their evil agenda. These forces tell us that we are now the subjects of the so-called Great Reset, the new normal, which is dictated to us by their manipulation of citizens and nations through ignorance and fear. Now we are supposed to find in a disease and its prevention the way to understand and direct our lives, rather than in God and in His plan for our salvation. The response of many bishops and priests and of many faithful has manifested a woeful lack of sound catechesis. So many in the church seem to have no understanding of how Christ continues His saving work in times of plague and of other disasters. What is more, our Holy Mother Church, the spotless bride of Christ, in which Christ is ever at work for our eternal redemption, is beset by reports of moral corruption, especially in matters of the 6th and 7th commandments, which seem to increase by the day. In our own nation, the reports about Theodore McCarrick have rightly tempted many devoted Catholics to question the shepherds who, in accord with Christ's plan for the church, are to be their secure guides by teaching the truths of the faith, by leading them in the fitting worship of God and in prayer to Him, and by guiding them by means of the church's perennial discipline. Too often, the faithful receive nothing in response, or a response which is not grounded in the unchanging truths regarding faith and morals. They receive responses that seem to come not from shepherds, but from secular managers. The confusion regarding what the Church truly teaches and demands of us in accord with her teaching generates ever greater divisions within the body of Christ. All of this cripples the Church in her mission of witness to divine truth and divine love at a time when the world has never needed more the Church to be a beacon. In encountering the world, the Church falsely wants to accommodate herself to the world instead of calling the world to conversion in obedience to the divine law written on every human heart and revealed in its fullness in the redemptive incarnation of God the Son. These grievous troubles, of course, present a formidable challenge to our daily Christian living. The impact of the crisis in the world and in the church is profound for all of us. Many are enduring the most painful suffering, physical, emotional, and spiritual, which such a situation necessarily causes. At a time when we need to be close to one another in Christian love, worldly forces would isolate us and have us believe that we are alone and dependent upon secular forces, which would make us slaves to their godless and murderous agenda. Sin embargo, no estamos solos. Tenemos a la Virgen Madre de Dios, nuestra Madre en la Iglesia. Con confianza presentémosle nuestros corazones afligidos. Atraídos por su inmaculada corazón, en la solemnidad de Nuestra Señora de Guadalupe, nos acercamos hoy a ella en peregrinación. María de Guadalupe nos habla como le habló a San Juan Diego, cuando parecía derrotado por la enfermedad mortal de su tío Juan Bernardino, con el que vivía y del que se ocupaba. Y por el gran desafío de llevar adelante la difícil tarea que Nuestra Señora le confiaba. Antes las expresiones de impotencia y imposibilidad de San Juan Diego, Nuestra Señora lo respondió: no estoy yo aquí, yo que tengo el honor de ser tu madre. ¿No estás bajo mi sombra y resguardo? ¿No soy yo la fuente de tu alegría? ¿No estás en el hueco de mi mano?
Alright, I don't like Latin too much. We're skipping ahead. Is he saying the same thing?
Lifts up our hearts to his own, la Iglesia. Yes, our hearts are understandably heavy, but Christ, through the intercession of his Virgin Mother, lifts up our hearts to his own, renewing our trust in him who has promised us eternal salvation in the church. He will never be unfaithful to his promises. He will never abandon us. Let us not be beguiled by the forces of the world and by false prophets. Let us not abandon Christ and seek our salvation in places where it never can be found. Let us never forget the words by which Our Lady identified herself in her first apparition to St. Juan Diego. Know for sure, my dearest and youngest son, that I am truly the ever-perfect Holy Virgin Mary, who has the honor to be the mother of the one true God for whom we all live, the creator of people, the Lord of all around us, and of what is close to us, the Lord of heaven, the Lord of earth. I want very much that they build my sacred little house here, in which I will show him. I will exalt him upon making him manifest. I will give him to all people in all my personal love. Him that is my compassionate gaze, him that is my help, him that is my salvation. May the shrine of Our Lady of Guadalupe here be always a worthy instrument by which the Immaculate Heart of Mary draws hearts to herself and brings them to the glorious pierced heart of Jesus, to the only source of healing and strength in this life and unto eternal life. Before the final blessing, we will have the induction of pages and the knighting of pages in Our Lady's Knights of the Altar, the boys and young men who serve our Lord during the sacred liturgy in this church. Let us pray, invoking the intercession of Our Lady and of St. Juan Diego, that Nicholas Cotnor, Michael Rowe, and Thomas Wilson, who are to be inducted as pages, will persevere in their preparation to become Our Lady's Knights of the Altar, and that Jan Perat and Charlie Ilfrey.
Alright, I think we're just getting local stuff from him. So this was impressive. I mean, he wasn't not as good as the previous Catholic explaining the things that are going on. But it's like Satan, while he rules the Catholic Church, he's trying to give them no excuse for actually coming to the truth on their own, even though he's trying to deceive them. It's kind of wicked, actually. Good to see you, Nick and Brother Dave. Glad you guys were able to drop in. We are listening to different videos about the Great Reset. This one says that it is not a conspiracy theory. It's a recipe for tyranny. So let's see what they have to say on this video about the Great Reset.
Hi folks, this is Tony for the A Minute to Midnight show. I'm sure many of you have now heard the term the Great Reset, which I want to cover a little bit more of in this video.
This pandemic has provided an opportunity for a reset. This is our chance to accelerate our pre-pandemic efforts to reimagine economic systems that actually address global challenges like extreme poverty, inequality, and climate change.
The COVID-19 crisis has shown us that our old systems are not fit anymore for the 21st century.
Please watch the previous video that I've done on the Great Reset. It is definitely worth watching that one before this one. Well, I've covered it in several videos, but the one I'm talking about that I want you to watch is this one here, and it's titled Davos, Gates and the Great COVID Deception, Shocking Truths. That is the video that I want you to watch before you watch this one if you haven't already seen it.
It's at the end.
Alright, let's maybe check his suggestion out if he gave us the opportunity to do it. Where's the description? He doesn't have the description up. He doesn't have it in the description. Well, that's not good.
Welcome.
Vaxxed and controlled. This guy's got a lot of videos out. Let's see if we can find oh, well, there you go. Alright. Here's some of it. Alright, well, I don't know what he said. What did he say? Update, re-upped. Davos, Gates, and the Great. Davos, Gates. And the Great Reset. I don't see it. Sorry, dude, you should have put it in the description. We would have watched it because you suggested that we should watch it first, but you did not give us the ability to do so, so that's on you, not us.
That is the video that I want you to watch before you watch this one if you haven't already seen it.
It's at the end. What the fourth industrial revolution will lead to is a fusion of our physical, our digital, and our biological identities.
Klaus Schwab, who is the founder of the World Economic Forum. Klaus Schwab is a transhumanist, and that comes through very plainly in a lot of his writings and so forth. Okay, now, first off, I just want to show you a little piece of an article on Breitbart. Delingpole. The Great Reset is not a conspiracy theory, but lots of useful idiots want you to believe that it is. But the Great Reset is not okay. It really doesn't matter whether you want to cast its master plan, which remember ultimately includes the abolition of private property, as communist or fascist or technocratic. The much more important point is that it represents a totalitarian takeover by a small, powerful, oppressive, unelected elite, which will leave the rest of us impoverished, immiserated, and deprived of our liberty. I mean, just think about this for a minute, how much we've heard constantly drummed into us everywhere about Agenda 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals that the United Nations have. How many governments are now saying we're going to ban the sale of petrol engine cars after either 2030 or 2035. You can lump England, New Zealand, and California amongst others into that group. There was an article in stuff.co.nz talking about tourism in New Zealand and the tourism minister to ban tourists from hiring vans that are not self-contained. This is just one example. Tourism Minister Stuart Nash says freedom camping vehicles that are not self-contained will be banned as part of efforts to market New Zealand to super wealthy overseas tourists. Nash said he was looking for innovative ways to ensure taxpayers and ratepayers do not have to pay for tourism's impact on infrastructure and the environment. What we are looking at is a unique opportunity for a reset. So we've become also accustomed to governments telling us what to do and mandating what must be done and what's legal and what's not, instead of technology naturally progressing. Like if there's something better than petrol engine cars come along, that should naturally happen without governments saying you are no longer allowed to sell or manufacture cars, for example. That's just one example, but there's so many more I could give. But the fact of the matter is that we have become so used to governments telling us everything that we are and are not allowed to do, and people just think this is normal. Now I want to read a bit from an article at globalresearch.ca written by Peter Koenig, The Post-COVID World, the WEF's diabolical project resetting the future of work agenda after the Great Reset, a horrifying future. The World Economic Forum has just published in October 2020 a so-called white paper entitled Resetting the Future of Work Agenda in a Post-COVID World. The 31-page document reads like a blueprint on how to execute, because an execution or implementation would be COVID-19, The Great Reset by Klaus Schwab, founder and CEO of the World Economic Forum. They're calling the Resetting the Future a white paper, meaning it's not quite a final version. It's a draft of sorts, a trial balloon to measure people's reactions. It reads indeed like an executioner's tale. Many people may not read it, have no awareness of its existence. If they did, they will go up in arms and fight this latest totalitarian blueprint offered to the world by the World Economic Forum. It promises a horrifying future to some 80+% of the surviving population. George Orwell's 1984 reads like a benign fantasy as compared with what the World Economic Forum has in mind for humanity. The time frame is 10 years. By 2030, the UN Agenda 21-2030 should be implemented. Planned business measures in response to COVID-19. This is basically summing up what's in the white paper. An acceleration of digitized work processes leading to 84% of all work processes as digital or virtual video conferences. Some 83% of people are planning to work remotely, i.e. no more interaction between colleagues, absolute social distancing, separation of humanity from the human contact. About 50% of all tasks are planned to be automated. In other words, human input will be drastically diminished, even while remotely working. Accelerate the digitization of upskilling, reskilling.
All right. So we are halfway into this, but Debbie found it, and while I couldn't, she said that she sent me there it is. All right, great. Thank you, Miss Debbie. And let's go
The
ahead
original of this
put this
video
in.
was published on September the 3rd and was taken down by YouTube, supposedly with a copyright violation. So I have updated and re-upped it so it has a bit more information in than what the original had.
Thank you, Miss Debbie, by the way. I was looking for it, but thank you.
Hi folks, this is Tony for aminutetomidnight.com with another video update. As I record this, I'm feeling, well, quite annoyed in some ways at the fact of how we are being played and have been played by this whole COVID supposed pandemic, and I want to show you why it's becoming abundantly clear just how much this was planned and why and what they're using it for, and how we are really just guinea pigs as they push us into a great reset and their increased Agenda 2030 and climate change agenda. This was never really about a medical emergency. That's just the excuse that they've used to push us into the system that they've been planning for a long time, and it's a very convenient way of doing it to have this pandemic as the catalyst to get us where they wanted to go and have always wanted it to go. Now, I'm sure most of you who have followed this channel for any length of time will remember I've covered a number of times Event 201, which occurred last year, October 2019, a 3.5-hour pandemic tabletop exercise that simulated a series of dramatic scenario-based facilitated discussions confronting a difficult true-to-life dilemmas associated with response to a hypothetical but scientifically plausible pandemic. 15 global businesses, government and public health leaders were players in the simulation exercise that highlighted unresolved and real-world policy and economic issues that could be solved with sufficient political will, financial investment and attention now and in the future. And it basically was a run-through for the coronavirus that we have, this pandemic. Plain and simple, and it occurred before the pandemic supposedly began. And take a look at who was backed by Johns Hopkins and Bloomberg School of Public Health, the Center for Health Security, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, who have big input into the whole vaccination thing, as we will see, and the World Economic Forum. And that is what I really want to cover in this video. The link here, look, the World Economic Forum, plain and simple, a sponsor and a backer of Event 201 late last year. Before I get into the World Economic Forum's input, which is the main thrust of this, I want to just play you a short clip of the weasel Bill Gates and something that he has said. And remember, he has big money invested in Moderna and this whole vaccine.
But you don't have a choice. People act like you have a choice. People don't feel like going to the stadium when they might get infected. It's not the government who's saying, okay, just ignore this disease. And, people are deeply affected by seeing these deaths, by knowing they could be part of the transmission chain. And, old people, their parents, their grandparents could be affected by this. And so you don't get to say, ignore what's going on here. There will be the ability, particularly in rich countries, to open up if things are done well over the next few months. But for the world at large, normalcy only returns when we've largely vaccinated the entire global population.
So there you go. It's plain and simple. They want everybody vaccinated, and you probably won't be able to buy or sell or get transported anywhere if you don't have their vaccine and their COVID identification. Now I want to look at the World Economic Forum, and this is on their website right now, The Great Reset.
Hello from the World Economic Forum in Geneva. My name is Adrian Monk, and I'll be moderating today's session. Welcome to this virtual meeting, which has brought together leaders and stakeholders from across the global community for our COVID Action Platform. Today, this meeting serves as a launch pad for the next chapter, the Great Reset. We have contributions from His Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales, from UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, from IMF Managing Director Kristalina Georgieva, and from many more in the next hour and a quarter. But to get us underway, let's hear from the forum's executive chairman and founder, Professor Klaus Schwab.
Thank you, Adrian. It is obvious that we are in the midst of the most severe crisis the world has experienced since World War II. 75 years ago, countries and people came together to shape the post-war global order, which brought us decades of peace, increased global cooperation and prosperity to hundreds of millions of people around the world. The COVID-19 crisis has shown us that our old systems are not fit anymore for the 21st century.
And take note, he specifically mentioned 75 years since the Second World War. With his accent, Klaus Schwab reminds me of Adolf Hitler, not just because of his accent, but his mentioning of the Second World War and peace. The British were watching on, and Hitler had managed to bring unity to the German people.
History hangs in the balance at Nuremberg, and while the ranks of disciplined Nazis swing across the broad stadium, the man who holds the destiny of the German people in his hands still ponders his course. Nazism celebrates its triumphs and parades its amazing organization. Under the eye of Sir Neville Henderson, British ambassador, the legions of uniformed labor pass line upon line, carrying their shovels. Each man in this orderly multitude waits upon the Führer's word. But vast as it is, this huge assembly is only a fragment of his audience. Not Germany alone, but the whole world waits upon words and signs which will spell peace.
Now, as far as Klaus Schwab goes, he was born in Ravensburg in 1938, and that, of course, was in Hitler's Germany, which was a Nazi police state at the time. Well, here's some quotes from Schwab, who is, in fact, a transhumanist, and you should be able to see that through these quotes. They're taken from a book that he wrote called The Fourth Industrial Revolution in 2016. Consider the unlimited possibilities of having billions of people connected by mobile devices, giving the rise to unprecedented processing power, storage capabilities, and knowledge access. Or think about the staggering confluence of emerging technology breakthroughs covering wide-ranging fields such as artificial intelligence, robotics, the Internet of Things, autonomous vehicles, 3D printing, nanotechnology, biotechnology, materials science, energy storage, and quantum computing, to name a few. Many of those innovations are in their infancy, but they are already reaching an inflection point in their development, as they build on and amplify each other in a fusion of technologies across the physical, digital and biological worlds. And here's another couple of quotes. He also talks about online education involving the use of virtual and augmented reality to dramatically improve educational outcomes, and to sensors installed in homes, clothing and accessories, cities, transport and energy networks, and also smart cities with their all-important data platforms. All things will be smart and connected to the internet, says Schwab, and this will extend to animals as sensors wired in cattle can communicate to each other through a mobile phone network. And he loves the idea of smart cell factories, which would enable the accelerated generation of vaccines and big data technologies. There he ensures he will deliver new innovative ways to service citizens and customers, and we will have to stop objecting to businesses profiting from harnessing and selling information about every aspect of our personal lives. The mind-boggling innovations triggered by the fourth industrial revolution, from biotechnology to AI, are redefining what it means to be human, says Schwab. Already advances in neurotechnologies and biotechnologies are forcing us to question what it means to be human. So that's just a few quotes that I have from the Fourth Industrial Revolution by Klaus Schwab, and you can find an article at offguardian.org entitled Klaus Schwab, the Great Fascist Reset, to see more about this. And by the way, when he talks about neural links and so on between cattle, you don't need to think too hard to realise that he's not talking about cows. Cattle, to people like Schwab, are human beings. Incidentally, I wonder how many of you remember the 2015 Economist magazine cover. The elites like to tell us cryptically what they're going to do. If you have a look here, you see Winston Churchill, and if you go down directly below Winston Churchill at the bottom, you will find two arrows, 11.5 and 11.3. 1 plus 1 plus 5 equals 7 or 70, that's a tall arrow. And then the second one, 1 plus 1 plus 3 equals 5, the short arrow, that's a 5, 75. 75 years since World War II. You also see a tortoise, which is a symbol for the Fabian socialist agenda, basically slow rolling out of socialism, which has occurred over a long period of time. And of course you also see Castrol and a very flat tyre on that car there, so I think that could be symbolic as well. But they've shown you through numerology or gematria the 75 there, 75 years since Second World War. And of course 2015 was 75 years since the dropping of the atomic bomb, and you can see that up above as well, the atomic bomb. And of course we see Alice from Alice in Wonderland and possibly the Queen's Land Rover.
It has laid bare the fundamental lack of social cohesion, fairness, inclusion and equality. Now is the historical moment, the time, not only to fight severe virus, but to shape the system for the need for the post-corona era. We have a choice to remain passive, which would lead to the amplification of many of the trends we see today: polarization, nationalism, racism, and ultimately increased social unrest and conflicts. But we have another choice. We can build a new social contract, particularly integrating the next generation. We can change our behavior to be in harmony with nature again. And we can make sure that the technologies of the fourth industrial revolution are best utilized to provide us with better lives. In short, we need a great reset. We have to mobilize all constituents of our global society to work together. We must not miss this unique window of opportunity. For this reason, I'm grateful that we are joined for this announcement of the Great Reset Initiative, not only by His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales, but by representatives of international organizations, business, trade unions, scientists, and above all, the young generation. Now we have the very special message from the United Nations Secretary General, Antonio Guterres.
So now we have the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres. He will also deliver the same old tired climate change and Agenda 2030 argument, why we need a great reset, again showing that this COVID was just basically a setup. And I will just edit this and shorten it somewhat, but hopefully you'll get the picture.
Your Royal Highness, Professor Schwab, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I send you my warmest greetings and best wishes on the launch of the Great Reset. The COVID-19 pandemic is causing enormous human suffering and economic hardship. A microscopic virus has closed down entire countries and economies. In doing so, it has exposed the fragility that characterizes much of our world. But this fragility is not confined to health systems. Runaway climate change, unsustainable levels of inequality, and the lawlessness of cyberspace are all warning signs that we must heed. The Great Reset is a welcome recognition that this human tragedy must be a wake-up call. As you rightly say, it is imperative that we reimagine, rebuild, redesign, reinvigorate, and rebalance our world. The scale of the pandemic and its social and economic impact demands strong unity and solidarity, particularly towards developing countries. Rebalancing investment, harnessing science and technology, and advancing the transition to net zero emissions, all elements of the Great Reset, are fundamental to building the future we need.
Bingo, folks. There it is. The real reason why airplanes are grounded and people are locked down. Zero carbon emissions. That's what they want. So if you're thinking, folks, that airplanes are going to be back in the air the way they were before, think again. What these people want is to shut this all down for a Gaia-worshipping world with zero carbon emissions.
We have already called for an economic stimulus package equivalent to a double-digit percentage, more than 10% of the global economy. Last week, the United Nations, together with the governments of Jamaica and Canada, convened the largest gathering of world leaders since the start of the pandemic to lay solid foundations for a sustainable recovery based on the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Paris Agreement.
The COVID-19 pandemic is a thinly veiled excuse to push the world into Agenda 21 and Agenda 2030 policies, plain and simple. And now we're going to hear from Prince Charles with a bunch of royal nonsense about COVID-19 and quickly morphing into climate change and why the Great Reset is so important to save our planet, basically.
Ladies and gentlemen, these are unprecedented times. Every person on the planet has been impacted by the coronavirus pandemic. Our world came to a standstill and it became clear that we did not have the answer or the mechanisms to address such an unprecedented global threat. The threats posed by this dreadful pandemic came upon us suddenly with very little warning. The threat of climate change has been more gradual, but its devastating reality for many people and their livelihoods around the world, and its ever greater potential to disrupt, surpasses even that of COVID-19, which is why we need to restore balance with the natural world through decisive action on climate change and restoring biodiversity. If we look at the planet as if it were a patient, we can see that our activities have been damaging her immune system, and she has been struggling to function and thrive due to the strain we have put on her vital organs. To treat her, we need to restore balance and put nature back at the center of the circle. And to achieve this, we must act for health and well-being, understand nature's patterns and cycles, recognize the value of diversity, unity, and the interdependence of all living things, consider the importance of innovation and adaptation, and invest in nature-based solutions to help stimulate a more circular bioeconomy that gives back to nature as much as we take from her. The 75 years after the Second World War saw unprecedented growth, rising longevity, and poverty reductions. But all this put an overwhelming strain on our environment. The good news is that we have many of the solutions to hand. We must redesign systems and pathways to advance net zero transitions globally. And in this regard, carbon pricing can form a critical pathway to genuinely sustainable markets. This reset moment is our opportunity to accelerate and align our efforts to create truly global momentum. We have a golden opportunity to seize something good from this crisis. Its unprecedented shockwaves may well make people more receptive to big visions of change. And global crises like pandemics and climate change know no borders and highlight just how interdependent we are as one people sharing one planet. I've been encouraged to see the growing calls for a green recovery. We need only look to the United Nations Secretary General, to the IMF, the EU, the Petersburg Climate Dialogue, the Canadian government, the COP26 Universities Network, and business leaders around the world to see this. And as we move from rescue to recovery, therefore, we have a unique but rapidly shrinking window of opportunity to learn lessons and reset ourselves on a more sustainable path. It is an opportunity we have never had before and may never have again. So we must use all the levers we have at our disposal, knowing that each and every one of us has a vital role to play.
Notice how Prince Charles again in that speech mentioned the 75 years since World War II and clearly spoke about this all being a green agenda. COVID-19 plays perfectly into the Agenda 21 and Agenda 2030 politics and policies of the United Nations. And now we're going to hear from Kristalina Georgieva, the Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund, the IMF.
Kristalina, tell us what the Great Reset means to you and what you will do about it.
Well, thank you very much. And from the bottom of my heart, many thanks to His Royal Highness and to Professor Schwab for bringing us together. Now is the time to think what history would say about this crisis. And now is the time for all of us to define our own role. Will history say that was the great reversal? And we actually today see very worrisome signs. 170 countries are going to finish this year with a smaller economy than they started. And we already project that there will be more debt, more deficit, more unemployment, and there is a very high risk of more inequality and more poverty unless we act. And that takes me to what is it that would make it so that history would look at this crisis as the great opportunity for reset.
Ah, here we go again, folks. The great opportunity for reset. That is what this COVID-19 is. It's a manufactured crisis, the purpose of which is to reset and reimagine the world and recreate it in the image that the elites want. I'm not saying that there isn't a COVID-19 virus or that it doesn't kill some people, but that's not what the real global crisis is. It's not a pandemic. It is a systemic overtaking of everything by the elites' Agenda 2030, the United Nations and others to get us where they want us to go. And make no mistake, things are not going to go back to the way they were before.
From the perspective of the IMF, what we see is inevitably a very massive injection of fiscal stimulus to help countries deal with this crisis and shift gear for growth to return. But it is paramount that this growth leads to a greener, smarter, and more fairer world in the future.
There we have it again, the pivotal point, the purpose of all of this, low carbon. Pushing the man-made climate change theory and using COVID-19 as a catalyst to cement the UN's Sustainable Development Agenda. Carbon taxes will be pushed even harder now, I'll betcha.
We can put in place public investments and incentives for private investments into low carbon and climate resilient growth.
And now we see the next main goal of the pandemic, and that is to push us into a digital currency when the global economy collapses.
I'm particularly keen to take advantage of the low oil prices today to eliminate harmful subsidies and to bring in place carbon price as an incentive for the investments for the future. Secondly, we know the digital economy is the big winner of this crisis.
There is much more in the World Economic Forum video, but I'll leave you to watch it if you want. Remember, it's well over an hour long. Now let's turn our attention briefly to Pope Francis. His pushing of the very same UN agenda. Here he was on September the 1st, 2020, parroting the Agenda 2030 narrative. Pope Francis, the pandemic has given us a chance to develop new ways of living. The coronavirus pandemic has given us a chance to develop new ways of living, Pope Francis said in a message released by the Vatican on September the 1st, in which he reiterated his call to limit global average temperature rise below 1.5 degrees Celsius and for the cancellation of the debt of the most vulnerable countries in recognition of the severe impacts of the medical, social and economic crisis they face as a result of COVID-19. The Pope said the COVID-19 pandemic has in some ways given us a chance to develop new ways of living. Indeed, already we can see how the earth can recover if we allow it to rest. The air becomes cleaner, the water's clearer, the animals have returned to many places from where they had previously disappeared. Speaking of the need to restore the land, Francis insisted that climate restoration is of utmost importance since we are in the midst of a climate emergency and are running out of time. What about the actual COVID-19 virus? Just how deadly is it? Does it warrant global lockdowns? Why the rush for a vaccine, without which we are told that life will never go back to normal? Take a look at this, a recent CDC report. New CDC report shows that 94% of COVID-19 deaths in the US had contributing conditions. The Centre for Disease Control and Prevention released new data last week that depicts how many Americans have died from COVID-19 also had underlying other conditions. According to the report, only 6% of the deaths have COVID-19 as the only cause mentioned, revealing that 94% of patients who died from coronavirus also had other health conditions and contributing causes. And actually, I looked, as well as that, I looked at Pennsylvania government website yesterday. There have been 7,712 total deaths attributed to COVID-19. Out of the total deaths, 5,213 have occurred in residents from nursing or personal care facilities, and most of the patients hospitalised are 65 years or older, and most of the deaths have occurred in patients 65 years or older. So do we need to be locking down the world for this? How about New Zealand? With all the new supposed cases, we still only have 22 deaths, and every one of those was an old person with underlying medical conditions. Sweden, hardly any people dying now. So I'll leave you to question just how appropriate are these lockdown measures and forcing people to wear masks and so forth. And then look at this. Urgent request sent to states in push for coronavirus vaccine delivery by November 1st. Dr. Robert Redfield, Director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, sent a letter last week to the nation's governors with an urgent request. The Trump administration wanted them to do everything in their power to eliminate hurdles for vaccine distribution sites to be fully operational by November 1st. The August 27th letter obtained by McClatchy asked governors to fast-track permits and licenses for new distribution sites. The normal time required to obtain these permits presents a significant barrier to the success of this urgent public health program, Redfield wrote. CDC urgently requests your assistance in expediting applications for these distribution facilities, he continued, and, if necessary, asks that you consider waiving requirements that would prevent these facilities from becoming fully operational by November 1st, 2020. And this, folks, is under Donald Trump. Those of you that think Trump was anti-vaccination, think hard again.
One final message from me. This morning I spent some time signing out correspondence, as we do as ministers, and I will have to say I was alarmed at the number of letters that I've received from people concerned that the government would be making COVID-19 vaccinations compulsory. This is a direct result of deliberate misinformation that's being spread through social media. The government is not making COVID-19 or any other vaccinations compulsory. We will, of course, when we have a vaccination available, be encouraging people to take the vaccination because it will help to keep everybody safe. But the government is not going to be making the vaccination compulsory.
Folks, we have the massive rushing for the deployment of a vaccine, and though governments will say, no, we aren't going to make it mandatory, though some state governments, etc., state governors are saying they would make it mandatory, but others are saying, like the New Zealand minister here, saying that they wouldn't make it mandatory. But you don't have to make it mandatory to have the vaccine to make it so that everyone will have to pretty much take it. All you have to do is tell people that they can't buy or sell or travel without the vaccine. Yeah, we won't make you take it, but you won't be able to do this, this and this unless you take it. It will eventually yield the same result.
Not only on financial success, but how they contribute to our environmental health, to social cohesion, and exercise good governance. That's only one aspect. So to answer your question related to Davos, we will now start a quite high number of task forces to look at all the different issues, and we will present all those ideas to the people assembled in Davos, to the leaders from business and from the political community. But at the same time, we will make Davos very different, very open. We will mobilize our 10,000 global shapers in over 400 cities around the world to organize a twin summit and to interact continuously with those assembled in Davos to ensure that we do not fall back to old recipes, but that we really look at forward-oriented solutions.
So these things are being rushed through. We have this great reset being rushed through to change the world into the image of the elite, what they want, and I believe a depopulation agenda with it, but that's not going to be in the scope of this video. Folks, things are rushing very quickly towards the culmination of, well, I think what the book of Revelation talks about, the beast system arising, and it is arising very quickly. We need to make sure our hearts are right with God, do what we can to prepare, and just be wise to what is really going on. That's about all I want to share in this video.
Is your heart right with God? I hope so. That was good. I'm glad that we skipped to that. We were watching this, and this is his sequel to that video that we just watched. So we'll get right back into that. And yeah, I agree with you, Nick. I was hoping it was further away, but it seems like it's closer than it seems. It's freaking here, right? Right? But we are not given the spirit of fear. And in fact, other than walking around with Jesus himself, I wouldn't want to be alive in any other time. So, just like the Bible tells us, keep our heads up and watch. See what's going on. We're not ignorant to what the devil's doing. The Holy Spirit will reveal to us if we just look into it. But yeah, we'll be ordering guillotines soon. I think that they already ordered those long ago. They've been sitting in the warehouse, but we're not far away. All right, let's get back to this video real quick.
Education technology providers, 42% of skill upgrading or training for new skills will be digitized. In other words, no human contact, all on computer, artificial intelligence algorithms. Accelerate the implementation of upskilling, reskilling programs. 35% of skills are planned to be retooled, i.e. existing skills are planned to be abandoned, declared defunct. Accelerate ongoing organisational transformations, e.g. restructuring. 34% of current organisation setups are planned to be restructured, or in other words, existing organisational structures will be declared obsolete to make space for new sets of organisational frameworks, digital structures that provide utmost control over all activities. There are a bunch of other things in here about reducing the workforce and so on. I just want to go down and skip through some of those, though they are important. Temporarily increase workforce 5%. There is no reference to what type of workforce, probably unskilled labour, that sooner or later will also be replaced by automation, by AI, and robotisation of the workforce. No specific measures mentioned. 4%. Does that mean 4% will remain untouched from the algorithm and AI directed new workplaces? The Great Reset also foresees a credit scheme whereby all personal debt will be forgiven against handing over all personal assets to be an administrative body or agency, could possibly be the IMF. So you would own nothing and be happy because all your necessities are provided for. Dystopian nightmare, but you can see back in 2017 they actually did a video, you'll own nothing and you'll be happy. Also, it should not occur to you to disagree with the system, because by now each one of you has been COVID vaccinated and nanochipped, so that with 5G and soon to come 6G, your mind can be read and influenced. Please do not call this a conspiracy theory. It's a white paper, an authoritative report by the World Economic Forum. The Great Reset entails a transformation of society resulting in permanent restrictions on fundamental liberties and mass surveillance, as entire sectors are sacrificed to boost the monopoly and hegemony of pharmaceutical corporations, high-tech big data giants, Amazon, Google, major global chains, the digital payment sector, biotech concerns, etc., using COVID-19 lockdowns and restrictions to push through this transformation. The Great Reset is being rolled out under the guise of a fourth industrial revolution, in which older enterprises are to be driven to bankruptcy or absorbed into monopolies, effectively shutting down huge sections of the pre-COVID economy. Economies are being restructured and many jobs will be carried out by AI-driven machines. The billionaire class who are pushing this agenda think they can own nature and all humans and can control both, whether through geoengineering the atmosphere, for example, genetically modifying soil microbes, or doing a better job than nature by producing biosynthesized fake food in a lab. They think they can bring history to a close and reinvent the wheel by reshaping what it means to be human, and they think they can achieve this by 2030. It is a cold, dystopian vision that wants to eradicate thousands of years of culture, tradition, and practices virtually overnight. The Great Reset includes farmerless farms being manned by driverless machines, monitored by drones, and doused with chemicals to produce commodity crops from patented GM seeds for industrial biomatter to be processed and constituted into something resembling food. But do not worry, you'll be propertyless, happy in your own prison of mass unemployment, state dependency, track and chip health passports, cashlessness, mass vaccination, and dehumanization. And this, like I said earlier, is not a conspiracy theory. This is out there in plain sight, put out there by the World Economic Forum, the IMF, the World Bank, the WHO, the United Nations, and others, all tied in together, as you can see in the previous video I made, which I mentioned earlier that you need to watch because it shows you all of them. This is fast coming into play, and they've used COVID-19 as the smokescreen, basically the catalyst to bring in their long-held vision of a totalitarian one world government and their supposed sustainable development goals to implement by 2030. And of course, all this technology for tracking and tracing and monitoring is going to need ways to do it, and satellites is one of them. SpaceX's Starlink satellites are about to ruin stargazing for everyone. If mega constellations of satellites become reality, the night sky will become a mundane highway of moving lights obscuring the stars. Now every time I see the bright reflection of a satellite tracking across the stars, I'm reminded of what has already been approved by the United States Federal Communications Commission, the agency that regulates frequencies broadcast by satellite over the US, effectively putting itself in charge of regulating every space launch on the planet. SpaceX has already received approval for 12,000 Starlink satellites and is seeking approval for 30,000 more, and other companies are not far behind. So the night sky is going to be changing as well. Folks, this world is changing rapidly. Folks, while I see 2020 as having been a very difficult year, unlike anything we've ever experienced before, 2021 is going to be more of the same and worse. I think as we see the racing of vaccines being introduced that they are going to force on many people, well, I think they will probably use different tactics in different countries and as an experiment to see how it goes. Some cases, some countries will probably make it mandatory to get the vaccination. Some other countries may not make it mandatory but make it extremely difficult to do anything if you don't get the vaccine. It's going to be very interesting to see how it plays out. I also think there is going to be massive economic upheaval in 2021, or maybe even before 2021. But you can't be borrowing money and printing money to the extreme that various governments and central banks have pretty much all over the world without there being consequences for it. And I think we're going to see those things come home to roost next year and beyond. So it's a good time to make sure you are prepared. Pray about how to be prepared, because none of us can be totally prepared for what's coming. But seek God and ask for guidance on what you personally should do to prepare for what's ahead. Be prepared spiritually and physically as best as you can. I think food shortages are coming, and we are seeing many articles about that in New Zealand and in America and other places as well. So they're basically telling us what's coming. So be prepared as best as you can. I think you've got to first and foremost put your trust in God. Make sure that first of all you have your life right and that you are saved through Jesus Christ alone, for only in Jesus Christ will there be any sort of true answer for us as individuals in this situation, because we aren't going to be able to stop the global machine running, but we can determine how it affects us personally and having our lives right with God is first and foremost of importance. And then I think physical preparation as best you can to ride through whatever's coming for as long as possible is probably a very good idea, but it will be different for each individual how we do it. So pray about it and seek the Lord as to how you should do something for yourself, but just don't do nothing. So that's the end of this short video. I hope it's been of some help to you, and hopefully we'll be back with some more videos in the near future. This is Tony for aminutetomidnight.com. Don't forget we do run A Minute to Midnight 100% by donations, and if you want to help you can donate at aminutetomidnight.com, and all donations are very, very much greatly appreciated. So couldn't do this without your help. So that's it. Hopefully we'll be back in a few days' time. God bless, and until then, stay safe.
All right, very good suggestion at the end, to be mentally, physically, and spiritually prepared, but to pray to God and ask God to show you what to do individually, because it's going to be different for each one of us. He's going to carry us through as he sees fit, and it will certainly be up to us to just be obedient and say, yes, sir, whatever he says to do, wherever he says to go, and just do it. I think that's going to be the only protection that we have when it really hits the fan, is the spiritual, supernatural protection that God will give us if we're in tune with what he's telling us to do. So Tommy, I will check that out. We'll look at that here in a few minutes, but I was going to go on to the next video. The next video is the long one. So, let me see real quick. Let me see. I don't see that you sent me anything, Tommy. Oh, there it is. Oh, okay, cool. So it's a document. It's a text document. Let's go ahead and read it real quick. So, your name, a living woman. So this is a text document that a nurse had written to not get vaccinated, and they have left her alone from it. So you put your name and then a living woman, retain and reserve all of my God-given rights, including the possession and sale of all biological materials which are granted to me by my Creator. And sole, not sale. Possession and sole use. There you go. My employee and location of employment has offered an influenza vaccine product to me pursuant. Here, I need to make it bigger. How can I do that? Let's see. Oh, there we go. Whoa. Is that good? Can you guys see that? All right. Vaccine product to me pursuant to and satisfying the requirements of your state. So fill in your state health and safety code. Copy and paste influenza health and safety code here. I retain the right to decline all attempts to access, influence, and or otherwise alter any and all of my God-given biological material and or biological system, which are unique, flawless, and original design and craftsmanship of my Creator, and of which my Creator has granted me sole possession, proprietorship, and use of. I require that any and all product offered to me by my employer or workplace be both entirely retrievable from and also removable in its entirety from my body, person, and womanhood at the conclusion of each and every work period and or work shift, and also and again at the completion of my contractual obligations with my location of employment and or employer. That's pretty good. Pursuant to my above statement, I decline the offer for influenza vaccine product. So, saying that if you are saying that I need to have it to work here, then it better be something that I can get rid of when I'm not working here. And apparently they can't do that because it's a poison and it sticks with you. Probably kills you. So that's great. Thank you, Tommy, for sending that to me. And if anybody would like a copy of that, they can email me at talkingdoctrine@gmail.com, and I will forward it along to them. All right, so it looks like we've got 3 more videos, roughly. No, 4 more videos. 3 shorter ones and then this longer one. So let's dive into this. This is the Great Reset, Transhumanism, and the Planned Dystopian Future. So, seems like the beast system. So let's see what they have to say.
Welcome to the A Minute to Midnight show, folks. This is Tony coming to you from New Zealand. And on the show today, I have for the second time Keith Malcolmson, who is in Ireland. And Keith, I had you on the show just recently, and the response from people was extremely good, and people asking, did I get you back? And so here we go. Back for a second time in a few weeks, and so it's great to actually have the chance to talk to you again, you know, with the big time differences between us and everything.
Hi Tony, really good to be back with you. Just loved talking with you last time, and a wonderful response. Just amazing to read people's response on your video as well.
Yes, I was very encouraged by it as well. But I thought it was an excellent discussion that we had last time, so I'm sure today's will be just as good. And I want to start by looking a little bit at what's happening now with this COVID-19. And I see in England, Boris Johnson's announced lockdowns for at least 6 weeks, like hard lockdowns and everything. And other countries, in fact, I was reading an article this morning on stuff.co.nz about, you know, all these countries with this explosion of this new COVID variant, and of course it's going to be used for increased lockdowns everywhere, which I guess is going to aid in destroying economies, and that'll fit nicely in with the Great Reset. So what's happening in Ireland?
Yeah, it's the same here, Tony, where they kept changing it. During December, I think they changed it about several times. I heard one lawyer say she couldn't even keep up with the law herself because they kept changing, the boundaries in this. So they ended up suddenly changing it where we locked down the day after Christmas. And it just keeps changing all the time. So it's meant to be to the end of January. But even there was a hint this could go on for 6 months. So it's remarkable how they can keep hanging this over people and there's no reaction on a national scale. That's what stuns me.
I think, because people are now lulled into, the vaccine will be the answer. Let's just wait for that to be rolled out enough and so on, and which I think is another deception as well. But yeah, it is kind of stunning how easily people are just accepting this because they keep producing these scary numbers of, how many people have got it and supposedly dying of it and so on.
Yeah, it really is. And I think now what's concerning me, and I think you've dealt with it maybe in one or two of your programs recently, is now when you start thinking if legislation's going to come in, say, for the workplace. So, for example, a young man in our church asked us, about taking the vaccine because now his boss is almost putting pressure saying, of course, all the workforce is going to immediately take the vaccine as soon as it comes in. And this is someone who was involved with crime and different things before, who's now got a very good job, works very hard, and now the threat of losing that. So suddenly, I think that just hit me just 10 days ago when he'd said that, is this pressure is unbelievable. And suddenly when you realize this is what's coming, it becomes very, very sinister.
I totally agree. And I saw an article, what's the Daily Mail, I think it was, a few days ago, where it was talking about the number of healthcare workers that are reluctant to take the vaccine. I think it was a very high percentage. It could have even been 50% or something like that. So, you know, worried about side effects and so on. And so they're going to have to put a pretty big bullying operation into play to get, I guess, the result, which is to get as many people as they can vaccinated as possible. But the bullying result seems to be working great with lockdowns because everyone's just rolling over pretty much.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the pressure is definitely on, and every time you think they won't do this or won't push it further, it seems that they do. So we can see where it's going, and we can see what we're going to face, and it's very important mentally that we prepare now, and we've got a mind to face this, and we're sure of what we believe.
Yes, yeah, it's definitely coming to that. I was thinking very much about that a couple of days ago, realizing, gee, this is going to get serious. New Zealand may be a little slower behind in some ways, but it's still going to come here. I've noticed that here in New Zealand that they've been putting increasing border control measures in the last few days. It's going to make it harder for people to come here because the borders control is where they've got us, you know, here because they're not wanting anybody to escape into the community because we've basically got no COVID in the community at the moment at all in New Zealand. And so there's no face masks and no social distancing or limits on crowds or anything in New Zealand. But trying to actually get into the country, boy, it's harder now than it was when Holly and I came back here in mid-November, and had to quarantine, you know, and all of that kind of thing. But it's much harder now already than what it was then. So, but I can see that even here, all I need to do is let one or two people escape into the community, and then bang, they'll bring lockdowns here too.
Yes.
So, it's interesting times, that's for sure.
It very much is, Tony. It really is.
Yep, and I don't see it improving. So, 2021 doesn't look good, but we are, like you say, going to have to decide for ourselves what we believe and what we going to stick to, and how much are we going to trust God and so on, because I think the pressure is going to come on very, very strongly.
Yeah, and it is leading somewhere. I think for someone who knows the Bible, knows Bible prophecy, and certainly from a kid, I've just loved to study these things, look at these things. When you see this, it's remarkable. It was just 7 years ago. I sat with just young converts here in the church in Limerick. And one of the things I said to them was, one thing I can't understand about Bible prophecy, from my perspective, is how do we go from this normal secular world that we live in to this very strange, unusual scenario that we see in Bible prophecy, in scripture, in that generation before Christ returns. And to be quite honest, Tony, it's literally happening. The world is becoming a very strange place, and whether someone believes in the Bible or not, they cannot deny that something significant has just happened.
It's happened so rapidly, really. I mean, even this time last year, you would never have expected that things would be as they are. And we were starting to hear the word coronavirus this time last year, but I don't think anybody would have predicted, exactly what's transpired, unless you're, of course, an insider that probably planned the whole thing and is rubbing their hands.
I was going to say that. In fact, I've just got a quote for you here just to read to you as we speak. And it's from just inside COVID-19, The Great Reset by Schwab. And it's him back in June time, whenever he released this book. It's called COVID-19, The Great Reset by Klaus Schwab. Listen to what he says here. It's just inside, it's page 41. And this is him laying out a possible scenario back in June 2020. And I think it's very insightful. In fact, when I read this back in July time or beginning of August, I actually went, this is what they're actually going to do. So I went on the basis over the next several months, they're really going to implement this. So he talks about it potentially continuing to 2022. And then he says, in the first scenario, the initial wave that began in March 2020 is followed by a series of smaller waves that occur through to the mid-2020. And then over a 1 and 2 year period, gradually diminishing in 2021, like peaks and valleys. And this is how he goes on. He's actually laying out a full scenario. And then he says further that policymakers must be prepared to deal with it for at least another 18 to 24 months of significant COVID-19 activity, with hotspots popping out in different areas. And he goes on, but they're laying out these scenarios back in June of what was going to happen. And do you know what? I very quickly realized with that they had this all laid out. And do you know what? You look back at what he writes in June, and it's just played out, and it is playing out into 2021.
I've said to people so many times now, Event 201, from October 2019, and they had a practice run for a coronavirus pandemic that would kill millions of people around the world. And the three sponsors of that were the World Economic Forum, of course, which is Klaus Schwab and his Davos crowd. That's them. That were one of the three main sponsors. The second one was the Johns Hopkins Institute. And the third one was the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. I mean, they laid out the whole blueprint in a way with how they were going to deal with this thing just before it happened, like a practice run. And you can't tell me that was coincidence. It's just too similar. And the way they would control the freedom of speech and censorship and all of these types of things. If I'm sure many of those listening will have watched that by now, or at least parts of it, because it was so blatant to me that the big players today in the actual pandemic were, well, plandemic or whatever you want to call it. I know people have different opinions about how real the virus is or isn't. I have, well, I don't want to go too much into that at the moment, but the point of the matter is the scenario of how they were going to deal with it is playing out how they practiced it.
Yeah, it really is. And again, it's not us saying this. I mean, just here in front of me, I've got all of Schwab's books. And really, the more you look at it, Tony, I've never made stronger statements about what they're doing than what he has written in his own books. And the more I look at it, the more sinister it is. You don't need commentary on it. You don't need to add to it. His own statements and all these global organizations that are pulling behind this, the World Economic Forum, IMF, the UN, etc., 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 and all these top world international companies, they're all pulling behind this. And when you read what their agenda is, because Schwab has written it very clearly, it is sinister, it's deeply disturbing, and anyone in their right mind would not want this future for our world. And yet, when I read where he wants to take this and where he believes it's going to go, then I see the biblical scenario. It's an exact duplicate of what my Bible says will happen just right at the end.
And it's interesting, of course, that Klaus Schwab is a transhumanist, and that's obviously big part of where he wants this to go, along with so many other people. I mean, I've covered Ray Kurzweil from Google and people like that, very strong transhumanists, and that's really where they want this whole scenario of the Great Reset to go. Ultimately, is to change humanity. And I know you've covered a little bit of that in videos. You've done a series of videos on the Great Reset, which have been actually excellent references for people to listen to or watch on. I recommend that people do.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it really is transhumanism, and that's important that people realize where this is going. It's not just about the economy, it's not just about politics or society or anything like this. I really believe that a central goal and focus and end that they're looking to take us to is transhumanism. And in fact, it's very easy to prove it. Again, I've got Schwab's book, The Fourth Industrial Revolution. Now, he released that in 2016, and that's when they came out publicly at Davos that year. The whole theme was the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Since then, they pushed it. What is the Fourth Industrial Revolution? It's actually their master plan. And in fact, he defines what the Fourth Industrial Revolution means. If you listen to this quote, this is what he said. He said, it is characterized by a fusion of the technologies that are blurring the lines between the physical, digital, and biological spheres. So our entire physical world, the digital realm of computer, and the biology of our body, he says the fourth industrial revolution is characterized or marked. Now, remember, this is his words, by a fusion between these things. So the actual line that's very clear between our physical world, our bodies, our own biology, and that of technology and the internet, he says you won't even be able to distinguish. That is the fourth industrial revolution. Now listen to what he says in his book, The Fourth Industrial Revolution. And in fact, for writing that book, they'd done a survey with 800 executives, and you can imagine who they are. That's all the top supporting executives of Davos and the World Economic Forum. Now, they'd done a survey with 800 top business leaders. And just listen to this for a moment, Tony, where he actually calls this survey the deep shift, technology tipping points, and social impact. And he lists out 23 different technology shifts that we're going to see in this fourth industrial revolution. Now, remember, he's written this back 4 years ago in 2016. They have a clear plan. So when the reset button is pressed in June 2020, this is what they want to introduce. They're actually saying, let's go for this now. Listen to what and anyone can find it in that book on page 121 again. What is the first shift of the fourth industrial revolution? And I'm reading here, implantable technologies. And he says the tipping point, the first implantable mobile phone available commercially. And that'll be by 2025. And 82% of those 800 executives, they actually said the tipping point would come by 2025. In other words, the technology of what is in your mobile phone today, or what your mobile phone can do, and all the technology is actually going to be in your physical body. And 82% of these businessmen said it will be in your body by 2025. So that is the first one. Now, let me jump to the second to last one, the shift 22. What does he call it? Designer beings. And there he talks about the first human whose genome was directly and deliberately edited is born. So you can see from beginning to end that the fourth industrial revolution, it is transhumanism. This isn't a joke. And this is what the UN is pulling behind. This is what the International Monetary Fund is pulling behind. This is what the EU is pulling behind. This is what all the companies from Google all the way through to Facebook are pulling behind.
Yeah, it is pretty scary. I think the other thing too is tie that in with depopulation and robotics too, because well, the Georgia Guidestones, obviously, people know, most would know about that with the hold the world at 500 million population type of thing, and now we've got this big rollout of the vaxxers and so on. I wonder where that fits in with it, but we could become dispensable to the elite. They don't need lots of people. And I watched a video just the other day put out by Boston Dynamics where I've covered them a bit before in videos quite some time ago. They have a robot called Atlas that they've been a prototype, and I've watched the development in their videos and just how agile this robot's become. And the latest one, they have Atlas dancing, and assuming it's not CGI, because Boston Dynamics has not used CGI before, but genuine footage. So I'm assuming that it's genuine footage. The robots have become so incredibly agile, it's not funny. I mean, a humanoid robot that is dancing so amazingly well, and that goes to some, along with some of the stuff in the past where this robot's doing backflips and landing on its feet and all kinds of stuff. And this is a scary looking robot, and you can see, man, the progress they've made in the last 4 years on the Atlas robots is looking scary. You could imagine them putting guns into these things or whatever and producing an army of them. And now Hyundai actually bought Boston Dynamics for 1.1 billion, I think. So there's going to be a lot of money invested into robotics and things like that too. So really, the point I'm trying to make is the elite oligarchs could in the end decide, well, we don't need so many people, we can use robots. So then they cull off a lot of the population. I can see that as a distinct possibility, because that fits in with their whole supposed green agenda and saving the planet and all that. There's too many people, so according to them. So really, the future looks, like you say, decidedly, you can see how it fits in with Bible prophecy in the book of Revelation and so on. Just, it's becoming so apparent.
Yeah, it's what, I mean, it is really astounding, Tony. Like, so you've got your Bible in one hand, and you've got all the commentary on what's happening and what they want to make happen in the other hand, and you go, this is an absolute vital hour, and people are going to be forced to really make a choice in this hour. I believe it's becoming so explicit that you really will have to have a corrupt heart to deny that there's something very sinister going on. But you can see science fiction, it seems like over the past 150 years, and with H.G. Wells, I mean, he was a globalist. He spoke about the New World Order very clearly and distinctly, met with the Fabians and all.
Yeah, it's interesting you're going to bring that up, because that was what I was going to ask you, because Aldous Huxley, George Orwell, and H.G. Wells were all members of the Fabian Society. And in fact, it's really interesting that the book 1984, as we know, was George Orwell's famous book. 1984 was actually the centenary year of the Fabian Society.
Yeah. I mean, just before the First World War, they were all meeting in a small group there in London. And I mean, H.G. Wells is meeting with Milner, and even towards the end of the First World War, you had books being written by politicians, and H.G. Wells is helping them. I mean, one of the first books that actually, on what they were going to create at the end of the First World War, The League of Nations, a book with the title The League of Nations. H.G. Wells is writing that and involved with that. And you've got Milner under an alias. Milner was a Rhodes man. He was Rhodes' second in command. And these men are writing books together about the League of Nations. And when they were writing about these things, they wanted a global government. The League of Nations at the end of the First World War, 1919, was the first attempt at a world government of this sort in modern history. And in fact, they thought they would manage to pull it off then. And even Woodrow Wilson in America, Americans might not like to hear this, but Woodrow Wilson was a globalist, but America voted against him as a nation. And it was the influence of evangelical preachers that influenced that decision. America stood against joining the League of Nations. And the two main secretaries over the League of Nations, they resigned once they realized that the nation state still had sovereignty when the League of Nations was created. They just stepped down. But you've got H.G. Wells in the midst of that, writing books about the League of Nations during the First World War with Milliner. Do you know, you couldn't invent this. This is far more exciting than any novel that anyone could possibly write. If you just begin to look at history and how these lives weave together, and with H.G. Wells, of course, his friend Huxley, when they write Brave New World, the entire world broken down into 10 regions with 10 leaders and a united Europe. I mean, what are we reading here? We're talking about men who I believe have impacted our world right down to the contemporary leaders. And I really do believe we're heading in a very sinister direction. And these men are not innocent. They knew what they're doing well over the past 150 years.
Yeah, well, you covered in the last video you did, part 4, I think it was, of the Great Reset, the Huxley family and how far back they go. Perhaps you maybe could just reiterate a little bit of that.
Yeah, because obviously, you know, Julian Huxley, his grandfather was Thomas Huxley, who was also called Darwin's bulldog. I think most would know about Huxley and Darwin, but really Huxley was the first one who published a book called Evidence as to Man's Place in Nature. He was the first one that connected man to apes. Darwin didn't want to do that. Darwin was reluctant to be explicit. It was Huxley, who was called his bulldog, who was driving him to come out and to make this connection of evolution. So you're talking about, when you begin to trace this back, you cannot separate the creation of the whole theory of evolution from all of this transhumanism. It is utterly impossible, and there's a reason that we'll come to maybe here in a moment. But Thomas Huxley, I mean, he was the driving force behind that. But Thomas Huxley, and this is the grandfather of the writer of Brave New World, he actually had a good friend who was a Jesuit called Teilhard, of who we could say very much, but he was a strange character. He had strange ideas about the cosmic brain, about the cosmic Christ, about the next stage of evolution. He was a very strange character and a very strong evolutionist. So he was a very good friend of Huxley. So you've got all of these influences at the end of the 19th century coming together of this idea of where mankind is going. So it's not a new thing. And we should never think that transhumanism began in the 90s. I've heard that many times. That is not true. It goes back 100 years where they begin thinking like this. So Thomas Huxley, his two grandsons are very interesting. One of them, called Julian Huxley, was actually the first Director General of UNESCO, which is part of the United Nations, dealing with the scientific side of the United Nations. And he promoted the whole idea of evolution within the education side of things in the United Nations, and very strongly into eugenics, a real globalist. And in fact, he was the first one to release an article called Transhumanism. I think it was back in the 50s. You could look it up. So here is the grandson of the bulldog Huxley, and who was so adamant about evolution. Now you've got this coming down into the United Nations, eugenics, transhumanism. And who is Julian Huxley's brother? It's Aldous Huxley, who actually wrote Brave New World. And that was written in 1932, all about the world state, which was split. And I mean, think of it, the word in here, the world state split into 10 regions with 10 world controllers who use cloning and use mind control through drugs. I really believe these men were prophesying. H.G. Wells, Huxley, all of them were prophesying through their books about what was to come. And men like Schwab and all the rest of them, they've only picked up on this. They themselves have been affected and educated on these things.
I think actually Schwab was under Henry Kissinger at some point, as a mentor, which straight away tells you, aha, you know, knew Henry Kissinger had to be in the mix here somewhere.
Yes, yeah. I mean, it's almost, you know, like in the church, we've seen in the church how a revivalist, great preachers produce other preachers. You know, I think of Leonard. I just, you know, listen to all those messages. It affects you.
Sorry, that broke up. Can you just repeat that?
Okay. Do you know preachers like Leonard Ravenhill? I just loved him. I've listened to hundreds of his messages. But like in the church world, we read the writings of great preachers, great leaders, great pastors like C.H. Spurgeon, and it affects you. There's convictions. If you believe what they're saying, if you see what they're saying about Christ, it has a big impact. Or reading the old fashioned revivalists, Evan Roberts, or any of these great revivalists, it impacts you. So what we have in the church, they do have in this secular world. You almost have a spiritual genealogy of writings, of vision that gets passed down. And that's a very real thing. It is out there. So what we're seeing in our world now actually has a history, a long, long history, going back to the French Revolution and back further to Plato. So it really is remarkable, Tony, we really are coming to a finale point. And when you read some of their writings about the New World Order, about transhumanism, about genetics, it's all been written about for many, many generations.
Yeah, well, you mentioned back to the French Revolution. Well, of course, I'm thinking back to Adam Weishaupt, the original founder of the Illuminati, and you look at the goals that they laid out back in 1776 and around about that time. And boy, they are playing out today. Obviously, they couldn't have foreseen the transhumanism and all of that then, but their basic socialist type New World Order is playing out. And yeah, I think there's lineages that go all the way back through, Illuminist lineages that have a vested interest in pushing us to where we are going. And of course, you know, but these days people go, oh, you're just a tinfoil hat wearing conspiracy theorist and all that. But I think even that's a smokescreen to try and divert people from realizing that there are genealogies and lineages behind this whole movement.
Yeah. Do you know, this is why I'm a great lover of just reading books, Tony. I love reading, you know, secular history, church history. I just love reading about different aspects because you know, books don't lie. Men lie, but, you know, books, when something's written there and you have evidence and proof. So like with Klaus Schwab, I've got all his books sitting here. I just love to quote from him because I'm not inventing this, you know. I'm not inventing this. He has said these things. We quote him and say, this is what they're going to do. But with the French Revolution, when you go back, the old French and German philosophers, they actually write, and it's remarkable when you read it, about a world revolution. It was never about the French Revolution. They talked about a world state, something that H.G. Wells talked frequently about and wrote entire books about. He got that from the French philosophers just before the French Revolution. And these philosophers, they're the ones who affected Count Weishaupt and the French Revolution. It was all their writings. They wanted a world revolution. They wanted a world state. They wanted the redistribution of wealth. Now, what have we heard throughout this year increasingly? The redistribution of wealth. Go back and read about it in the French Revolution. They wanted it for this world revolution. And some of those French Revolution philosophers, I mean, when you write about them, they had an entire plan about how to bring this about, how to deal with opposition, how to put down opposition, how to use force. It wasn't just about the French Revolution. They wanted to take it further. And I'm fully convinced that the Bavarian Illuminati, they planned the French Revolution. There's no doubt about that. And in fact, we didn't have the full evidence until the 1990s, because once communism fell as such, so-called, the diaries come out. A lot of stuff came out from behind the Iron Curtain. And one of them was the diaries of French Freemasonists and Germans who actually, they planned it, they organized it. It was the Bavarian Illuminati that were integral to that. It was an organized thing. They weren't quick enough to get in on the American Revolution, I believe, and I believe so many revivals in America preserved America in a way. But it's amazing, Tony. It just sometimes when I look at that, at the minute, I see it all coming together. And you just see, when you read history, you can really see what's coming. It was Churchill who actually said, if you study history and look at the past, it makes you a prophet.
Interesting, yeah. Churchill had his own New World Order quotes too. But I'm just thinking, slightly moving on from that to the transhumanism thing again, is that I covered ages ago Metropolis, the movie, I think was 1927, and that really is a blueprint for occult sort of New World Order and transhumanism right there in a movie that far back. And when you think of the date of some of those types of movies and realize that, you know, the technology was used then, you know, it was pretty primitive compared to today, but to you know, show what the goal was. And I think it comes out in that movie and some other ones from around about that time as well. So yeah, I guess what I'm trying to say is this is certainly not just something that's popped up in the 1990s, this whole transhumanism. It's been obviously a goal for a long time.
Yeah, it really is. It's got a long pattern, and when I see it then come up, and it's an integral part of the fourth industrial revolution. I mean, it is integral. It's central, and in fact, as they implement this and press the reset button, this isn't just one side issue or some fantasy or some make-believe thing. This is what they've written in that they want to do. They want to merge us physically with that digital world. This is what the fourth industrial revolution is. So all that's gone before in all the science fiction, all of these previous writers, all their ideology, we now see it affecting world politics. And we see all the great businessmen, all the bankers, all of these people converging, coming together, and really this is a central part of it, Tony. And I think if people do not wake up now and realize that the technology that is being released is going to be used with an agenda, everything is going to converge. And if you listen to these men, what they're saying is 2025, it's going to hit the street, the high street, and it's going to sweep people. They're going to want that mobile phone in their body by 2025. And again, we're not saying this, we're not predicting, we're quoting men who make these things happen. We're talking about the tech giants like Google, Microsoft, and all the rest. This is what's behind it.
It's interesting too that whilst so many people are struggling financially in the world at the moment after all these COVID lockdowns, and so many small businesses are, you know, shuttering permanently, and people are, you know, just can't compete with the giants. You look at people like Elon Musk, who's made billions through this whole COVID thing, and we know he's launching all these satellites into space for communication purposes and you know, electric cars and all the rest of it. And then Jeff Bezos from Amazon. These are now supposedly the two richest people, I think. And they've made billions, and of course Amazon has basically killed off all the competition. I'm sure there are other bankers and so on that hide behind the shadows that are probably more wealthy than any of those two. But of course, these are the public faces of wealth. And, you know, while the rest of us are struggling, the fact is that they're bringing everything into smaller and smaller conglomerates to control everything. So the small fellas can't compete because it'll be all centralized.
Yeah, it is that centralization. And I mean, you can just see it on every single front. Every single area of life is convergent. So, I mean, even all these areas, they keep saying that they don't want any separation between the private sector and the public sector. And they use a lot of statements continually, and you go, what are they saying? And I'm always someone, I want to understand what people are saying. I want to understand terms. When you understand their terms, it is very worrying, because they're converging all these realms, that the business world, the political world, the religious world, they're not going to be separate entities. And you've got tech giants that are rolling in money who are pushing this. And it definitely isn't out of love for you and me or the average person. And you think of Satan as a real entity, is on the world stage, and he wants to raise his man up. That's what the Bible is very clear, that there is going to be an antichrist, that once the world is regionalized and there are 10 world leaders, that Antichrist is going to hijack the entire thing. So even if these men had good motives or were very sincere, the Bible predicts what is going to happen in our world in a very real way. It's going to get hijacked. And that man, that great political leader who's going to come out of utter obscurity, is going to steal the stage. He's going to steal the technology. He is going to have remarkable power, and he'll subdue these world leaders. They're in for a big shock, Tony. They think they've hoodwinked all of us. Really, the devil is going to hoodwink them.
That's right. I think people don't, you know, necessarily realize it. Really, it's a Luciferian master plan, with the ultimate Luciferian being Lucifer himself. And he has no allegiance to human beings. He will use them and spit them out if it suits him. And really, it's the devilish plan. And I've mentioned many times to people that Revelation 13 says that they worship the beast and they worship the dragon, who gives power to the beast. And we know that the dragon is Satan. And so when it comes down to it, it's going to be satanic worship. And I think people are going to know that is what they're doing. They're going to be choosing it, when it comes to the mark of the beast and so on. So the beast is still subservient to Lucifer, or Satan. I mean, some people think Lucifer and Satan are two distinct beings, whatever you think about that. But it is Satan that is the ultimate controller of the plan for the beast system. And of course, it's biblically, it's written, as you say. So God is still only going to allow it in his timing, because ultimately God has a plan that's bigger even than the devil's plan. So, but just to finish off, what do we do?
What do we do in this hour? Do you know, this morning I was meeting on Zoom with a group of national leaders, British church national leaders, very godly men with widespread ministries. And they were addressing this issue. I was speaking to them on the Great Reset, explaining about it. And this is a central issue we're beginning to deal with and will deal with in the months ahead, to bring a message to Britain and to the churches in Britain of what we are to do in this hour. And it's essential. I would certainly say, for those who don't know Jesus Christ, you're either going to have to reject that the Bible is true, because my Bible is predicting accurately everything that is happening. And I would exhort everyone listening to believe in Jesus Christ. He loves mankind. He died for them. He suffered for their sins. He cares for them. He so loved them that he laid down his life on the cross, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. And you know, Tony, He saved me. He changed my life. I would have destroyed my life in alcohol and sin and just depravity. I would have destroyed my life. But Jesus saved me and changed me. And I'm not trying to believe in some dead religion. It's a real living person. So I believe this is the central, essential answer for this hour. When we see all this technology, it seems like there's no escape. I am the most free man on the planet because I am in Christ. No one can buy me. No one can threaten me. No one can intimidate me. I'm not scared of losing my life. What can anyone do to me? I love Jesus Christ. I care about people. I'll speak my mind. I'm free from all intimidation. So there's great freedom within that. So that is one essential thing, Tony, I'd say, is this is what we do as anyone who's not right with God. Now is the time. And not just because we say it or I say it, be persuaded by Scripture. I believe, again, you use your mind in these things, and logic is not against the gospel. It's integral to it. God wants to persuade you that this is true. And if without Christ, it's going to be a devilish world. It's a very serious time. So that's my essential thing. Of course, I've got 100 other, I don't know how far you want me to go on that, but that is the most essential thing for me.
That sounds very good. Yep. We've got to get our lives right with God, and that's got to be the number one thing. Without that, everything else is pointless, really. So
Yes.
to close up, can you tell our listeners where they can find you online?
They can find me at Limerick City Church, and we're on YouTube. We also have a website where there's hundreds of messages teaching on all these things. I've done messages, an entire series on evolution, all the missing links, and I finish off with 2 messages on the next stage of evolution, which is transhumanism. So Limerick City Church, you'll find things like that in Bible prophecy on how to be born again, how to walk with God. And you've got hundreds of messages just free online for anyone. Although, if you Google at the minute on YouTube for Keith Malcolmson, The Great Reset, my videos don't come up for some strange reason.
Censorship, no doubt. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're still actually up there. So yes, that's good. Well, I've thoroughly enjoyed this discussion again, and quite frankly, I'd love to have you back when you can have some free time again, Keith.
Sure.
That'd be awesome, because these are fascinating discussions, and I'm sure those listening will get a lot out of what you have to share.
Yeah. Well, thank you for having us, Tony. Just love talking with you and just having these discussions. Not everyone is interested in these things, but I do think the timing of this, it's so essential, and you're just putting out a clear warning.
Yeah, thank you, and so are you, and that's why it's great to find people that know as much as you do and get them on here, because you tie the pieces together so well. And people should actually, I think, listen or watch your Great Reset series. You've done 4 of them, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, so people should hunt them out and watch them, because they're definitely well worth it. Okay, so thank you, Keith, and we'll definitely want to chat again soon.
Amen. God bless you.
And God bless you as well. And folks, remember aminutemidnight.com. We put all of our shows there. You can find them in audio and video format, completely separate from YouTube. And if anything happens on YouTube to our videos, they'll always be on our website separately. And of course, you can find them at the moment on YouTube as well. Please give this a thumbs up. If you've been watching it, make sure you subscribe to our channels, our iTunes channel, our YouTube channel, and bookmark and follow our website at aminutemidnight.com. The A Minute to Midnight is run entirely 100% by donations. Really appreciate people donating to keep this running. Couldn't do it without your help, so thank you to folks that do donate. And if you want to help us out, you can do that by donating at aminutemidnight.com. The music used in the shows is stuff that I have written, played and recorded, and you can download the music too if you want at aminutetomidnight.com. There's a bunch of free music there as well. So that's it for this show. God bless, Happy New Year, and actually may it be a blessed new year for you that are listening.
This is great stuff. As you may have noticed, I just subscribed to the channel myself. A Minute to Midnight, we've listened to several of his broadcasts tonight, or videos tonight on this broadcast, and very good information, everything I've heard so far. I hope it's been enlightening for you guys as well. Now, this is great, because this is actually, I don't know if Ron Paul just came out with this, but Ron Paul, researching the things he was saying was helped make me realize that the world wasn't what I thought it was, and in turn seek out Christ. So I haven't heard much from him lately, so it's good to hear something from him that's current. And it looks like he's talking about the Great Reset here. So let's listen to see what Mr. Ron Paul has to say.
Report. The Great Reset is about expanding government power and suppressing liberty. World Economic Forum founder and executive chairman Klaus Schwab has proposed using the overreaction to coronavirus to launch a worldwide Great Reset. This Great Reset is about expanding government power and suppressing liberty worldwide. Schwab envisions an authoritarian system where big business acts as a partner with government. Big business would exercise its government-granted monopoly powers to maximize value for stakeholders instead of shareholders. Stakeholders include the government, international organizations, the business itself, and civil society. Of course, government bureaucrats and politicians, together with powerful special interests, will decide who are and are not stakeholders, what is in stakeholders' interest, and what steps corporations must take to maximize stakeholders' value. People's own wishes are not the priority. The Great Reset will dramatically expand the surveillance state via real-time tracking. It will also mandate that people receive digital certificates in order to travel, and even technology implanted in their bodies to monitor them. Included in Schwab's proposal for surveillance is his idea to use brain scans and nanotechnology to predict and, if necessary, prevent individuals' future behavior. This means that anyone whose brain is scanned could have his Second Amendment and other rights violated because a government bureaucrat determines the individual is going to commit a crime. The system of tracking and monitoring could be used to silence those expressing dangerous political views, such as that the Great Reset violates our God-given rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The Great Reset involves a huge expansion of the welfare state via a universal basic income program. This can help ensure compliance with the Great Reset's authoritarian measures. It will also be very expensive. The resulting increase in government debt will not be seen as a problem by people who believe in modern monetary theory. This is the latest version of the fairy tale that the deficits don't matter as long as the federal government monetizes the debt. The Great Reset ultimately will fail for the same reason all other attempts by government to control the market fail. As Ludwig von Mises showed, government interference in the marketplace distorts the price system. Prices are how information about the value of goods and services related to other goods and services is conveyed to market actors. Government interference in the marketplace disturbs the signal sent by prices, leading to an oversupply of certain goods and services and an undersupply of others. The lockdowns show the dangers of government control over the economy and our personal lives. Lockdowns have increased unemployment, caused many small businesses to close, and led to more substance abuse, domestic violence, and suicide. We are told the lockdowns are ordered because of a virus that poses no great danger to a very large percentage of the American public. Yet, instead of adopting a different approach, politicians are doubling down on the failed policies of masks and lockdowns. Meanwhile, big tech companies, which are already often acting as partners of government, silence anyone who questions the official line regarding the threat of coronavirus or the effectiveness of lockdowns, masks, and vaccines. The disastrous response to COVID is just the latest example of how those who give up liberty for safety or health will end up unfree, unsafe, unhealthy. Instead of a great reset of authoritarianism, we need a great rebirth of liberty. Thanks for listening.
Amen and amen. So yeah, that's pretty local from him, or pretty local, pretty current, because he's talking about the COVID. So it's good to see him doing his thing. But let's see. Let's go to the next one. And I think we just got a couple more. But this is the Great Reset to the Mark of the Beast. What I'm noticing here with this Great Reset. Oh, good night, John. Good night, Nick. Oh wait. Or whoever's leaving. Maybe it's Colleen. It's good to see you, Colleen. What I'm noticing is that is, from what we're listening to tonight, the Great Reset is Satan advertising the beast system. So I think they're gonna, I watch, it won't be long to where everyone will be talking about the Great Reset as this good thing. And that's the narrative that they'll be pushing. So, just a hunch. But I guess we'll find out soon enough. Alright, let's move on. This one is Nelson Walters. Again, these links of what we're watching are in the description, so you can go to the content provider and subscribe if desired. This came out December 19th of last year. It's so last year, 2020. Well, it's like less than 2 weeks ago. But let's get into this next video.
You are alarmed about something known as the Great Reset, where everyone on Earth may be soon forced to surrender their assets, houses, money, cars, and a totalitarian communist one-world government may form. But then you've wondered, is this the Beast Empire or not? How does it move from this to the Mark of the Beast and the Empire if it's not? Well, that's what we're talking about today, and we're starting right now. We've been talking about this a lot in the last few weeks, and frankly, there aren't too many things that we should be talking about that are more important. The formation of a one-world government, one-world economic system, and possibly a one-world religion are as apocalyptic as you could get. And in case this idea of a Great Reset is new to you, in this previous video we discussed how recent documents from the government in Canada and from a Vatican priest have shaken the world with a supposed plot by global elites to take over the world by using the coronavirus emergency as an excuse to come to power. The link is in the description. This channel has been discussing this concept since March, how the virus might lead to an economic collapse and then ultimately to the mark of the beast. We now have tentative confirmation of this idea by means of the documents discussed in that last video. And because of that, my email inbox has been flooded with requests from our community to see how we can go from a global reset to the mark of the beast. What are the likely steps? And as we said, very few things are more important. However, what we're considering today is only one supposition based on scripture and logic. There are lots of ways this could go down, and this is just one idea. One we're sharing because of your request to us to tell us what we think. After, when you watch the video, leave your comments for the whole community so we can discuss this together. And last week, we discussed how these struggles are against the spiritual rulers and demonic powers in heavenly places, and how fallen angels are behind all this, and how a new demonic spirit may actually enter the world upon the formation of a new worldwide, one world, totalitarian government. Link is down in the description. Be sure to check out all these videos after this one is done if you haven't watched them already. Maybe you've got a lot to catch up on. But this video is about what happens after all that takes place. What happens if the New World Order of global elites, the billionaire class of this world, take power just as they have imagined? How does that progress to the mark of the beast? What should we be watching for? I guess the first question is, if a totalitarian, one-world government arises with the New World Order in charge, why can't this be the Beast Empire? Why can't an Antichrist arise from Europe, the USA, or even the United Nations? Why can't that be the beast of Revelation that creates the mark? I guess the main objection I have to that is, as we saw in this other previous video, the Antichrist comes out of the Middle East, not Europe. The link is also down in the description as well and gives the multiple biblical reasons why that's so. So if a great reset establishes a totalitarian government, the power has to transfer from Europe in the West to the Middle East at some point. Now, if you're having trouble with that, please watch the previous video, but also consider this verse from Revelation. And the beast that I saw was like a leopard, and his feet were like those of a bear, and his mouth like the mouth of a lion, and the dragon gave him his power and his throne and great authority. The beast is like a leopard, which is one of the kingdoms from Daniel 7. Most consider this leopard to be Alexander the Great's empire, which is primarily a Middle Eastern empire. The bear is Persia, also Middle Eastern, and the lion is Babylon, also Middle Eastern. So Revelation is telling us that the beast empire is primarily a Middle Eastern empire. So if a totalitarian empire arises in the Western nations in the next year or so, as the elites seem to be preparing, it will likely not be the beast empire from Revelation, as best at least as this channel can interpret scripture, but it almost certainly would be a precursor to it. And that is why we are discussing this video today. How do we get from here to there? An interesting and potentially very, very important issue. Let's begin with the formation of the totalitarian Western government. A quick synopsis of the elite's suspected plan is to release a second virus, an even more dangerous virus, in early 2021, COVID-21. This, of course, implies the first virus was likely engineered and possibly intentionally released as well. According to the documents we mentioned at the beginning, after the release of a second virus, the supposed plan is then to severely lock down all countries to force their economies into collapse. I think that was the plan with the first virus myself, but of course it only weakened the economy. Stimulus plans, etc. have kept them afloat. And perhaps that's why a second virus is needed. And the link to the American election comes into play here. One of the candidates ran on a platform advocating a lockdown. A 2 or 3 month lockdown should send all global economies into a tailspin, making them eager for the next step in the globalist plan, which is to have everyone surrender their assets, cars, houses, money, etc., in exchange for a new vaccine and a government paycheck, essentially forming a totalitarian socialist government across the world. If this plan is new and shocking to you, this is not our channel's idea. Review the videos in the description and see that there is a worldwide discussion of this plan. The idea of a Great Reset is well known and clearly discussed by the World Economic Forum on a global level, and by globalist leaders like Canada's Trudeau. A slogan of this effort is Build Back Better. Interestingly, this is also the slogan of American presidential candidate Biden. So that is how the globalists plan to come to power, according to these documents, and everything we're seeing happening in the world supports this push to a totalitarian state. So now we know the process of coming to power. Let's think about where they come to power and how that fits with the biblical records, especially in terms of the mark of the beast. First question is whether or not the globalists assume control of the entire world or just the Western democracies. Do I see them taking over China, for instance? No, I don't. China is likely helping the globalists, but I can't imagine a reason China would surrender its already totalitarian government to be subjugated to another. They have nothing to gain. Will the globalists also assume control of the smaller, less developed nations? I think that is their ultimate plan, but Europe, India, Australia, and North America are probably their immediate targets. This is an important point, I think a very important point. This would mean that the Middle East will not initially fall into the web of the globalists, which is important because the Middle East is where the beast empire will arise, just as we've seen. The globalists would also likely leave the Middle East alone initially to fight its own battles, so to speak. This is important because that is how the Antichrist comes to power, after the war described in Daniel 8. And the reason they leave the Middle East alone is for administration. Imagine how difficult it will be to administer and control half the world, even in today's modern computerized world. Controlling distribution of food and products, controlling economies, controlling those rebelling against the system would be overwhelming at first. And how much more difficult to control Islamic nations, not wanting a revolt at first. The globalists will likely avoid the Middle East. So we see this as a first step in the globalist agenda, the overtaking of Western democracies and consolidating power in that region, not in the Middle East. To go from that point to the eventual sitting of the man of sin on the holy place of God and the implementation of the mark of the beast, we need to follow the exchange of power from the globalists to the Antichrist and the development of the mark of the beast. Let's start with the mark of the beast. The false prophet causes all, both small and great, both rich and poor, both free and slave, to be marked on the right hand or the forehead, so that no one can buy or sell unless he has the mark. That is, the name of the beast or the number of its name. And there is this other crucial verse we need to look at. If anyone worships the beast and its image and receives a mark on his forehead or his hand, he will also drink the wine of God's wrath poured out full strength into the cup of his anger. There are several things we can learn from these verses and should learn. One is that the false prophet instigates and implements the mark of the beast. Second, it's the mark of the beast. So the beast and false prophet both must be present when the mark begins. Third, the name or number of the beast must be part of the mark. And finally, the mark is tied to worship of the beast. It isn't the mark unless Jesus is rejected and the beast is worshipped. It is crucially important to realize that all four of these things must be present for it to be the mark. You can't just have one thing. Now, the globalists are likely to launch their own version of a pseudo mark of the beast. I call it pseudo. A fascist health passport that will be proof you have taken the vaccine. Without the passport, it's likely one will not be able to enter a building and be able to work or to buy and sell. Ticketmaster, who has venues in sports and music and other events, has already indicated that they're on board with supporting such a health passport to give people access to their events, and that no one without that passport will be allowed into their events. Now, initially, this health passport will be on your phone, but the globalists, I assume, will claim that this was not secure enough, that somebody accidentally got COVID because they tricked the system. And they're then going to roll out a version that can be implanted either into your wrist or forehead, where the chip can also take your temperature, avoiding the endless lines where temperatures are taken. I'm sure you think this sounds just like the mark of the beast, but it likely won't be, because it will lack the four essential ingredients. The beast and false prophet won't be present, it won't contain the name or number of the beast, and it won't be tied to worshiping the beast. Without these, it isn't the mark of the beast, it's just very similar to it. It's a predecessor. So the viewpoint of his channel is the Antichrist and false prophet will copy or even utilize, maybe even steal, the existing technology the globalists come up with, the idea of a health passport, and then adapt it for their own purposes, adding a tattoo or imprint with the name or number of the beast that marks the person as belonging to the beast and tying it to required worship of the beast. Many of you have asked me, if this global reset happens, will this health passport associated with the global reset be the mark of the beast? Just as we said, none of us know, but I certainly don't think so. Remember, all four aspects we mentioned in this video must be present for it to be the mark. But that doesn't mean you should take it. So should you take it? Well, first of all, if it doesn't include all four of the aspects we spoke of, it isn't the mark of the beast, and it's not an unforgivable sin. However, it will be a predecessor. The real mark will likely be adapted from something just like this. So your decision will be, do you want to reject the pseudo mark and fight the good fight early, or wait and resist the true mark that comes later? I have friends who have indicated they will fight it out early and go to prison if necessary. Others said they will comply unless it's the true mark. If you refuse the health passport, it will likely mean, as we said, being thrown into a concentration camp. This is what the Vatican priest and the leaked documents from Canada both indicate. This will be an individual decision. Are you willing to go to prison early and fight early, or are you going to fight it out later? It's possible this may be what the letter to the church of Smyrna was speaking of. Do not fear what you are about to suffer. Behold, the devil is about to throw some of you into prison, that you may be tested, and for 10 days you will have tribulation, but be faithful unto death, and I will give you the crown of life. Some will resist now, but many want to know what will constitute the name and number of the beast so that they can identify the true mark of the beast when it occurs. To understand that, we need to know how a Hebrew, like the Apostle John, would understand the mark. We'll click right here to keep watching and find out. It's not what you think. The words the Apostle gave us in Revelation 13 are a tremendous clue. Till then, this is Nelson, and I'll see you there.
Well, thank you, Nelson. That was some good stuff. And again, thank you, Miss Debbie, for sharing these with us. It looks like we got one more to go over. And if you guys have any great reset videos, go ahead and send them to me and we can play them after this. But we'll look at this last one that we started with. And it's from Nelson Waters again, so that's good. I enjoyed the last one. Let's see what he has to say.
30th, 2020, Catholic Archbishop Carlo Vigano sent an open letter to President Trump warning him about the New World Order plot and their plans for a great reset, warning him against Pope Francis and about a new virus, COVID-21, that will kick it all off. Shortly after Trump received it, he tweeted the letter to his followers and encouraged everyone to read it, religious and non-religious alike. The accusations in that letter are world-shaking. Does Trump believe them? If true, the things in that letter would change all our lives forever. So is it real or a conspiracy theory? That's what we're talking about today, and we're starting right now. This video is not like any of our others, but I think our viewers need to watch and consider it. And it comes on the heels of our video discussing how the New World Order may have planned the USA election to take over America. And short of the 2 Senate runoffs next month, they achieved their goals. Are these things related? Was the election needed to set up what Vigano talks about in his letter? The link to this other video is down in the description as well. This is the second open letter that Archbishop Vigano has written to President Trump. In June, Vigano wrote another letter which warned Trump that the COVID-19 pandemic and the Black Lives Matter riots were, quote, part of the eternal spiritual struggle between the forces of good and evil. This second letter is much more detailed and scary, and it was distributed worldwide in at least half a dozen languages, confirmed by Yahoo News. This is a real letter. The question is whether the information in it is factual or not. If it's factual, your life and my life changes immediately. Now, Vigano is the Vatican's former ambassador to the United States. He lost his position after being critical of the Pope for covering up child sex crimes within the Catholic Church. In this letter, Vigano calls out the New World Order and calls them the global elite, whom he says want to, quote, subdue all of humanity, imposing coercive measures with which to drastically limit individual freedoms and those of entire populations, end of quote. Essentially, to take over the world with a totalitarian one-world government. The brainchild of this group is something called the Great Reset, which Vigano describes as a health dictatorship. The concept is forgiveness of all national and personal debt and a guaranteed income in exchange for giving up all of your personal property. In other words, it will create a worldwide communist state as a reaction to the pandemic. Vigano continues that tied to this reset will be mandatory vaccinations and a global tracking system. I quote from his letter again, quote, adherence to a program of vaccination against COVID-19 and COVID-21 promoted by Bill Gates with the collaboration of the major pharmaceutical groups. The imposition of the vaccination will be accompanied by the requirement of a health passport and digital ID, with the consequent contact tracing of the population of the entire world. Those who do not accept these measures will be confined in detention camps or placed under house arrest, and all their assets will be confiscated. I mean, wow. In March, we did a video suggesting COVID-19 vaccination programs might involve similar things such as detention for those refusing the vaccine. And guess what? That video was taken down by YouTube. I wondered about that at the time. Had we struck a nerve? Why take that one video down? Also of great interest is that he discusses something called COVID-21. This would be a new virus coming out next year, a second coronavirus. In fact, a made-for-TV movie is coming out on the same theme, COVID-21 lethal virus, based on the idea that in a world struggling to get over the first COVID, a second one hits that is more deadly. Is this movie planned to prepare the population? Now, Bill Gates has been speaking on talk shows about a second virus coming out next year. He suggested bioterrorism as the source, or possibly a mutation of the SARS-CoV-2 virus. Now, I ask you, why in the world does he suspect that? And why doesn't anyone ask him how he knows in advance about what viruses are coming? Here is a clip of Bill and Melinda Gates discussing the second virus. It is very interesting.
So we, we'll have to prepare for the next one. That, I'd say is will get attention this time. So we, we'll have to prepare for the next one. That, I'd say is will get attention this time. That, I'd say is will get attention this time. That, I'd say is will get attention this time.
Did you notice them smiling at the end of the discussion of the second virus? What kind of demonic influence could make anyone smile about a horrible thing like that? Notice he says that this time the world will take notice, meaning that we really didn't notice the COVID-19 in the same way he had hoped. More on that later. Vigano's discussion of the Pope is also quite interesting. Quote, as is now clear, the one who occupies the chair of Peter has betrayed his role from the very beginning in order to defend and promote the globalist ideology, supporting the agenda of the deep church who chose him from its ranks. End of quote. So he sees the Pope as part of the problem, as do most of this community as well. It is interesting that in the Pope's last encyclical, or statement, he discussed the need for global debt forgiveness. He seems to be right on board with this globalist plan. But we have to stop here and ask, is Vigano's letter the ramblings of a conspiracy theorist? Or are we looking at our own futures? Let's investigate this a bit. Certainly Trump did not just throw this letter away, but released it in a tweet. Although he isn't the world's most reliable source, it means something. And a simple Google search of the Great Reset takes you to the World Economic Forum. Here is their statement on this effort. There is an urgent need for global stakeholders to cooperate in simultaneously managing the direct consequences of the COVID-19 crisis to improve the state of the world. The World Economic Forum is starting the Great Reset Initiative. Who is the World Economic Forum? It was founded in 1971, is based in Geneva, and is tied to the United Nations. That should tell you something. On its site are a number of articles about what the global Great Reset will look like. Primary are articles on how the USA must submit to global leadership, give up their sovereignty, and give away their economic benefits to the rest of the world. This makes me think, was Trump targeted to lose the election by these people? Why is it so important that the Biden administration pack the Supreme Court? Because the USA is key to what the World Economic Forum sees happening. If their plan is to go forward, there can't be any resistance within the American government. It must act as a coordinated unit to bring this upon the American people and the people of the world. In addition to Vigano's letter, the Canadian Report.ca has leaked a document from the Canadian government about these same things. Now, I have no way of verifying that this is accurate or verifying any of the stuff they report, but since this document speaks of the exact same events as Vigano's letter, it's worth taking a look at. The Canadian document is supposedly from their Parliament's Strategic Planning Committee, steered by none other than Canada's Prime Minister Trudeau. The document provides a timetable of events starting in February 2021 with the release of the new virus, COVID-21, which the powers that be will claim is a mutation of the original COVID-19 and will be much more virulent than its predecessor. Stop right there. How would governments know this is coming if someone wasn't releasing the virus intentionally themselves? So, if that is true, this is incredibly incriminating on the governments of the world and the World Economic Forum. This date, February 2021, is also a very specific claim by this document and easily verifiable. If we don't see a mutated COVID-19 in February or March, a second virus, as Bill Gates has been talking about, well, we can write off this document. However, if one appears, it will be a very eerie coincidence that we have to take very seriously. One that Joe Biden seems to echo in one of his first statements after the election. He said we were to brace ourselves for a very dark winter health-wise. How does he know that? However, let's get on with the timetable of this document. In the second quarter of 2021, the document says all nations of the world will go into a more severe lockdown than they did last year. This will be in response to this new virus. In a world weary from COVID-19, a second worse virus will exhaust the world and kill any resistance to what will follow. The plan is that the lockdowns will lead to a world economic collapse of unprecedented proportions, one that will wipe out everything we have and begin famines all over the globe. Then, in the third quarter of 21, it says that martial law will be declared and that the Great Reset will be undertaken. It will be helpful when the Great Reset happens to have soldiers in the streets. And that Great Reset will be the surrender of all assets by businesses and individuals in exchange for debt forgiveness and a universal income program. That allows everyone to eat and have a roof over their heads, but it's also one that makes everyone an employee of the state. A worldwide communist state. Then those surrendering their assets will be given access to the vaccines against COVID-19 and COVID-21 and a digital health passport. This passport will supposedly offer the vaccinated access to society. They'll be considered safe. They will be excused from the lockdowns. It will allow them to travel and to buy and sell, if you notice that, buy and sell, under a cashless digital currency. Those not surrendering their assets and taking the vaccines will have their assets seized by the empire and will be placed in isolation camps similar to gulags. So, according to the document, by next winter, all of this will be in place and the world will be under the control of an Orwellian, 1984-like, beast-like empire. The similarities between these two documents is frightening. Both talk of a great reset, both talk of COVID-21, both talk of isolation gulags. Are they the product of over-imaginative imaginations, or is there an element of truth within them? Personally, I have no idea. If we hadn't just undergone a highly controversial American election in which voter fraud was suspected, I'd completely write it off. If we hadn't just gone through an election where the apparent winning candidate hadn't been talking about changing the basic fabric of checks and balances in the U.S. government by packing the Supreme Court, well, I'd completely write it off. But we did. So I wanted you to see this information so you are aware. If it turns out to be spurious, well, great. Awesome. No one would be happier than me. But I would be irresponsible to not have put this on your radar. But why would the whole world go along with such a plan? Well, one reason is that it will seem like they have nothing to lose. Their assets will appear to be worth nothing. They'll be starving. They have nothing to lose except perhaps their souls. The second reason is we are all being conditioned to accept this sort of totalitarian control. To find out how, well, click right here and see how the COVID-19 pandemic, our sports, our science, our economy, and even our churches are conditioning us. And it's not an accident. Till then, this is Nelson, and I'll see you there.
Alright, so that was great stuff. Great stuff. I've got 2 new channels to subscribe to now. I thank you, Miss Debbie. And let me check the email, see if anybody sent me anything. I didn't notice it. Let's see, let me do a refresh. No, nothing right now, but let's go ahead and put in the Great Reset. And let's see what they are saying about it. Oops. Job Reset Summit 2020. Okay. I don't know. Great Reset conspiracy theory takes aim at President-elect Joe Biden. 6 leaders. Did we watch this? It seems like we did.
Never did in most responsible. As proportional to that, the ways in which we enforce inequality with state violence, that's a global issue. And for folks who are leaders of corporates.
Alright, let's watch it. See what they're pushing. This is like certainly
First of all, we have to have the definition of
what they're
reset.
feeding the world. So let's listen in real quick.
We can't think of it in terms of sort of pushing a button and going back to the way things were. And there are a lot of reasons for that. Most prominently that we're a long way off from being able to go back to any kind of normal.
And the normal was a crisis. The normal was itself not working. But what we never did in those responses, and in all of the periods since World War II, is adequately address the social contract, the enfranchisement of human beings around the world to be able to participate in a world that they, because of smartphones, can now see everywhere, but not participate in. That is a recipe for revolution, for anarchy.
What you're seeing in the United States is a past due notice for the unpaid debts owed to Black Americans for the last 401 years. This is policing always is the spark. Public safety is always just the spark. So if we restrict the conversation right now just to a conversation about how we reform or even reimagine public safety, we've missed the full scope of the moment. We're in a moment where it's possible for all of us to look at the debts, to do a full accounting for what is owed, and start to do something that's proportional to that. The ways in which we enforce inequality with state violence, that's a global issue. And for folks who are leaders of corporates, you can drive that. You are in a position to demand that the countries where you do business have an accounting for the ways in which they've stolen labor to amass wealth. That doesn't need to be seen as activist or controversial. When you do an injury, you have to pay a debt. When a company doesn't pay its debt, it goes into foreclosure. We understand this among people who have things. It's just there's so many people who don't have a political voice and certainly don't have a corporate voice, that they can't raise it to demand the things that all of the rest of us would require of a functioning society.
First, they've got to actually enhance the skill sets of their own employees to remain relevant, to be productive, to actually have a return such that they can contribute that to society. Otherwise, they can't exist. They can't be relevant. They won't perform well. And there's a great demand with the amount of transition that's happened, as Secretary Kerry said earlier. What COVID-19 did was nothing more than accelerate some of the changes we're already seeing underway. Second is you've got the bigger issue in terms of job opportunities. Is it going to be there? And especially those that are displaced right now. So what does the business community do in that regard? And then on a societal basis, we've had education systems that are A, not useful, not productive, not effective. And we have millions and tens and hundreds of millions that don't have access to that opportunity for education. So the business community needs to step up. To your point on PwC, we're part of that challenge. We're hopefully part of that answer.
I think three things have come together. So one thing is, immediately before the crisis, I was working in sort of so-called left behind communities with workers, manufacturers, grave diggers, carers. Most workers already feel their lives are very precarious and that safety nets don't work. So that's the first thing. The second thing is we're facing huge unemployment. We know that unemployment is a relational issue. It doesn't affect everybody the same. It's going to fall according to race, according to age, according to class, and we have to think differently about that. And then the third thing, I think, is transition, because we're facing an ecological catastrophe. So it isn't just about going back to work or working, it's about where are you working and how can we transition out of often very well-paid, good jobs that are in kind of so-called dirty industries into smart green work.
If you see the biggest barrier to women in the workplace, it has been for a long time the imperative to be on site, the 9 to 5 or 9 to 10 p.m. depending on the kind of jobs, etc. And here suddenly we're having to reinvent the workplace. And I really mean that. Right now, the biggest question of our workforce, and we have nearly 25,000 employees around the world, is how are we going to change our workplace because of what we've just lived? And everybody expects us to change that, not to go back to what it was. And those most excited about that change are actually the women, because they have sensed and they have lived more flexibility than they've ever had before. So there are a lot of positives.
It's very peculiar and germane to our part of the world that if you take the United Arab Emirates, you've got maybe 90% of the population is not indigenous, but is expats or migrants. And the jobs that they have are everything. Your gas worker, the oil workers, the cab drivers, the nurses, the doctors, the plumbers. they have been very hardly hit by COVID because the way they live, the communities where they live, have aided in the transmission of the disease. So they're very densely populated areas. Sometimes they're sharing, 9 people to an apartment. Question going forward is, people are vital to your economy. Can you further protect them? The protection, as Secretary Kelly said earlier, we all have unfinished work to do. We need to examine whether we are going to do the things that will allow us to mitigate the next pandemic, because the cost that COVID has brought upon the Gulf, like the rest of the world, is extremely high. So are we going to learn something from this or not?
It's quite evident that you need a holistic, systemic and comprehensive response approach to response and rebuilding. And if you then put these together, you could say that actually being functional is about being prepared to anything in a really unpredictable world. That actually the strength of a functional city is that in a time of a crisis, you don't have a substantial need to change your processes, and actually that disruption to normal is minimal. Core of a functional city is that everything counts. So what we aim to be is to become and be safe, clean, resilient, smart, sustainable at the same time. So you really need a comprehensive approach to city management. It's about being predictable, reliable, and fair for everyone equally. It's about a city that works in all circumstances. It's certainly true that part of the success of the city of Helsinki is that people trust us, people trust the authorities. If we come with some restrictions or some recommendations, they actually really follow them.
Wow, just trust us. Just do what we say when we say. I mean, I don't know. I wonder how quickly it's gonna hit. Let's look at a couple more before we call it a night. You will own nothing and you will be happy. 1 month ago. Let's see what Alright, well here's I think this is Sky News from a month ago. So it's semi major media.
This is your last promo.
Of course, they're not telling the whole truth, but they do a lot better than the others. So let's check that out. Let's check them out.
To further their political
Oh,
agenda.
it looks. I guess I was watching it.
Blackface is out there suggesting,
When?
well, he, given because it's a lefty, everyone else has run out of town. Well, old Blackface is out there suggesting, well, he's one of these lefty world leaders who says now is the time under the cover of COVID for the Great Reset, for the Build Back Better nonsense. Essentially, to achieve the entire lefty shopping list, now's the chance for income equality, all the rest of it here. Well, you chant yes, Nicholas Rees. But, the Great Reset, he said the quiet bit out loud, didn't he?
Look, I'm worried about you, Paul. Like, where's your optimism? Where's your hope for the future gone? Like, what is actually wrong with building back better? Like, why can't we learn from this experience and take a step forward as a species, you know, for humankind. What is wrong with tackling inequality? What is wrong with ending poverty? What is wrong with getting on top of climate change? Like, these are the things that humankind should be aspiring
gonna do any
to
of
do.
them.
Okay,
And if the misery of COVID-19 creates the opportunity for us to do it, well, I say good on you, Justin Trudeau.
Okay, could we get all three guests on the screen at once here? Could we all see all three guests at once here? Because I need to pick between Rita or Matt about who is hungrier to answer what's wrong with Build Back Better. Senator, you used your name first.
I'm ready to go.
Go for it. Build Back Better.
All right,
what does it actually mean?
I hit the buzzer first. Well, I don't know if Nick's watched the Great Reset video that the World Economic Forum has put out. It's freely available. It's under their logo. They say that by 2030, they don't want anyone to own property. You'll own no property and you'll be happier, apparently. You'll be happy because you're told to be happy. So, Nick, send all your property up to me. I'll give you my address and you can send it all up to me because you'll be happier without it. This stuff is crazy, kooky stuff. But it also, Paul, I think it actually does one thing that the World Economic Forum and Justin Trudeau is helpfully doing is this is the real battle line, in my view, in politics here, between those who want to allow people to take control of their own lives and communities and run their own countries, their own states, their own local councils, like in Nicholas's case, the way they'd like to see them run, and those who are pushing for one unified global order that takes away agency or sovereignty from any individual. Because if we have one global order, you're one of about 8 billion people and you can't really control your own environment. Whereas when we invest in smaller communities and give power to local governments, to state governments and to national governments, you can have a lot more influence. And I think we've seen a pushback against the globalisation order in the last 10 years. And I'm very much hopeful to keep pushing back against that, because the more we give power back to local and small governments, the better communities we'll have, the more investment, more vested interest people will have in their own community, and therefore the better decisions will be made.
Rita, I think that the Great Reset, Build Back Better, it's the economic BLM, right? It is the Trojan horse where the bumper sticker is great, but there's an awful lot of nasty in there.
Oh, absolutely. All the stuff that Nicholas said, none of it is going to be achieved by the policies they're advocating. It's absolutely a cynical exercise to use a tragedy, to use a pandemic, a crisis, to further their political agenda, which they've always had. This political agenda wasn't born because of this crisis. It wasn't some moment where they thought, oh, we can do things better. This is what they have been pushing for decades, and they're trying to use this moment, this incredible moment in history to advance that cause. And I think people are pretty smart about what's happening here. This isn't some genuine attempt to bring about end of poverty and equality or anything else that's virtuous that anybody would want.
Yeah, agree completely.
All right. I'm sorry, Paul. I've just got to jump in here because I really, again, feel for you guys. I mean, what a pack of sad sacks. I mean, what does your bumper sticker say? Build back the same? Like, we should hope
we love coal. My bumper sticker says we love coal. That's what my
bumper sticker says.
I'll send you some. I'll send you some bumper stickers.
Yeah, my bumper sticker says honk if you're horny.
I'll level with you, Matt. I'll level with you, Matt. I do carry a candle for you. I reckon you're a great guy, but you seriously, pal, you've been spending too much time on the dark web. You really have, with all that sort of World Economic Forum stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you're lost there. You've just you won too many click-throughs on the links there.
At least once a week. I mean, this is
so let me give you a really
unhealthy.
It's in their own name, Nick. They put it out. They put it out.
So let me make it real for you.
So how will you pay for Build Back Better in Melbourne?
Well, yes, let me make it real for you. I'm so glad you asked, Paul. So before COVID-19, on any night in Melbourne, we would typically have around 500 people sleeping rough on the footpaths in the parks of the central city. Now, during COVID-19, they have been put into short-stay accommodation, into hotels which are empty, into other accommodation which was available. And we don't, and I don't think anyone in Melbourne wants to see those people back on the street sleeping rough again. And so now there's a massive investment going on and building new public housing stock.
Did you just say the homelessness crisis in Melbourne's over long term? there will be no homeless on the streets in Melbourne.
Yeah, I'm not about to
Is
make
that what
a
you're
Bob Hawke
pledging?
style, there'll be no more poverty type prediction.
Yeah,
that's
but
what you
we've
just
made
said.
a huge leap forward in getting rough sleepers off our streets and giving homeless people a home. And that's a great thing that's happened because of COVID-19. So we are, in that instance, building back better, Rita.
Sure, but okay, help
But
me
is
out
that
here.
a permanent
Nicholas, I mean-
arrangement or is this a short-term thing? Is that
Yeah, that's
actually
right.
you're pledging that there will be no more homeless people on the street? There will be a bed for everybody who wants it?
Look, unfortunately, I cannot give you that roll gold guarantee, but what I can tell you is that there has been a great reset in terms of homelessness in Melbourne so far, and we want to see that continue.
Okay.
Well, can I say, Paul? Let's drop the
check in
labels.
about 3 months'
Let's
time
drop
and
the
see what
labels.
situation is.
And I've got no problem with what Nicholas is saying. That is great if you can achieve that. And as a deputy mayor, you can do that in Melbourne. Fantastic. What I'm saying is I don't want those type of decisions made in Davos. I don't want international agreements tying us down, tying you down there in Melbourne or me here in Rockhampton about what we can do in our own local communities. And look, if you want to call it Build Back Better or Great Reset, whatever, but the reset needs to be that we need to give local people an opportunity to make their communities better and not sign away our own independence and sovereignty to some international body who are full of people who don't understand our own communities and don't understand the issues that we face.
Well,
so all
also-
power to you in getting rid of poverty in Melbourne, but that's not going to happen from some meetings in Davos. It's going to happen by the hard work of councillors like you in their own local communities.
All right, well, peace across our waters here. The New South Wales.
We are building the biggest Islamic center in the biggest city in the world.
I've been there, I've seen it, an amazing community doing some amazing work.
The only thing that they
Support
need right now
Islam.
is bricks. And that's
What?
where you and I come in to get some big rewards.
The Prophet ﷺ said that Allah loves the grand matters. And the biggest Islamic center in New York City, the biggest city
Wow.
in the world, is indeed a grand matter.
And the Prophet ﷺ told us.
Wow, they got YouTube videos to help build some mosque in New York. Wow. That's funny. All right, one more and we'll call it a night. Let's see. Opportunity for reset. I mean, they're just being as more bold. All right, we got to watch this real quick. Simpson predictions for 2021. So and then we'll watch one more, but let's see what this
Simpsons
is.
have been known to have a writer's room full of modern Nostradamuses. Nostradami? Anyway, the point is, these folks are fortune tellers on a level we haven't seen since biblical times. So what does King Homer and the gang have in store for us in 2021? Let's look at some times The Simpsons saw into the future and why some folks are freaked out about what they see coming for 2021. Since the dawn of Homer, we've seen The Simpsons make predictions from Super Bowl wins to NSA surveillance scandals to tiger attacks and magic shows. Sorry, Siegfried and Roy, but to be fair, you didn't need to be The Simpsons to see that one coming. Just in the season 6 episode Lisa's Wedding alone, they predict video chat, smartwatches, and the construction of the Shard building in the London skyline 17 years before it was built. It's not just the older classic seasons either. In season 21, they had Homer on the US curling team beating Sweden for gold 8 years before the exact matchup in Pyeongchang. In season 23, they knew Lady Gaga would be in the Super Bowl halftime show, although when she did, she didn't take their cue on a fireworks projecting bra because, well, you know, divas probably. Even when they're wrong, they're right. When season 11 came out in 2000, would you have expected to picture President Donald Trump conceding to President Lisa?
We've inherited quite a budget crunch from President Trump.
Hey, don't get mad at me. I voted for Kodos. While we're on voting, they predicted in 2008 voting machines where people try to vote for one candidate and the machine selected another, only to have that happen in the very next presidential election when a voting machine wouldn't let a voter select then President Obama. It didn't count, relax. How about some science? Homer becomes an inventor in the 10th season and writes an equation on a chalkboard. Years later, when scientists discovered the Higgs boson, also known as the God particle, look it up, nerds. Well, it turns out that the mass was similar to Homer's work. Three-eyed fish in rivers, mutant tomatoes, stealing grease for cash, it's all been thought of by the ghosts of Springfield past. You might call them writers, but I call them prophets of Evergreen Terrace. Oh, and did I mention that they also called Disney acquiring the rights to The Simpsons themselves? Smart like a group of 20th century foxes. So what has the internet community all up in arms? Well, I mean, besides that, and that. Okay, so their arms are always up on something, but what I'm trying to segue casually to is the fact that in the recent Halloween episode, known to fans as the Treehouse of Horrors, the writer's room was especially sour on the outlook of America in 2021. Oh, haven't we had enough of this year? Well, someone left some black licorice in their candy bowls because they painted a pretty bleak picture of where America will be in a year's time. Firstly, they start us in nice and casual-like with a general apocalypse since Homie forgot to vote. He slept through it, and by the time Inauguration Day, January 20th, 2021 appears on screen, well, let's just say those killer robots are a little worse to Hans Moleman than your typical football in the groin. As Hans puts it in the way only his kind wrinkled peanut can.
Oh, that's what I get for voting for Kanye.
The divinations don't end there. Fans have noted after the election that the map actually shown on screen in the episode pretty closely matches what the final electoral college map ended up being. Some of the states that flipped from red to blue match up. This could be a sign that someone in Springfield is a close observer of substandard polling, but fans are not convinced. How the creators of the show know this information is anyone's guess. Maybe these oracles traded their souls for donuts, or perhaps guest star Lucy Lawless put it best when she said, "A wizard did it." Sure, we could flatly assume that they're just a bunch of soothsayers who landed a cushy Hollywood job to settle their outstanding gambling debts, but that would just be too easy. The truth is, the show has always held up a mirror to society, which has influenced society in turn. Paul McCartney responded to a 50-year-old fan letter, as happened in an episode where Marge painted an homage to Ringo. As one of the original and longest-standing writers, Al Jean said in an article with the BBC, "If you make enough predictions, then 10% will turn out to be right." Since much of the writing takes place long before it's animated, the creators are sometimes forced to project months ahead of the airing of an episode, so they'll make assumptions to seem timely. Just this year, in a 2020 interview with The Hollywood Reporter, Simpsons writer Bill Oakley spoke candidly about how the show has been eerily accurate on their predictions. There are very few cases where The Simpsons predicted something. It's mainly just coincidence because the episodes are so old that history repeats itself.
We're through the looking glass here, people.
The reason The Simpsons have been in our homes and hearts for this long is because they've always known where we've been guides where we're going. For years, the residents of Springfield have been holding up a mirror to our modern society and sneaking in historical context to the point that they've made history themselves. What parts of their 2021 predictions do you see coming true, and do you have any predictions of your own? Share below in the comments, and make sure to like and subscribe for more from us at Screen Rant.
So that wasn't even somebody trying to expose them. That was somebody trying to highlight just the predictiveness and insight that Simpsons seem to have. Clearly do. It's spiritual, and it's disclosure, and it's part of the cabal. They have to tell us what they're going to do before they do it, and they do it through humor. All right, so let's listen to Graham Stephen. I don't know anything about him, never heard of him or watched him before, but he says, "Warning: the Great Reset of 2021 explained."
If you shop on Amazon,
So let's
you
see what
should
he
use this
says.
tool. It's a browser extension that.
Do a video on the Great Reset. What are your thoughts about the Great Reset? Talk about the Great Reset. What about the Great Reset? What's gonna happen after the Great Reset?
All right, fine, don't ask me again. I will talk about the Great Reset. By the way, it feels weird starting a video off without the normal introduction, so let's...
Okay, not saying too much, but did you guys catch the 666 hand sign right from the beginning? So let's be a little wary of what we hear. This guy is 207 million subscribers, so probably definitely part of the establishment, just hidden through the social media wing of it all. But let's see what he has to say, and go from there.
Let's get that out of the way. What's up, son? It's Dad here. And yes, I will talk about the Great Reset today for everyone who's curious what this is, what this means for you, and what I think of it. Now, I have a feeling the reason this is brought up so much lately is because there's no shortage of articles and headlines out there talking about the end of our economy as we know it, the world is changing forever, e-commerce is dominating, work from home is picking up popularity, people are fleeing big cities, some jobs are unexpected to return, and in a way, this is in and of itself a great reset. We're seeing a huge shift in everything from where we live, how we do business, how we make our money, how we invest our money, how we spend our money, and a variety of other aspects of our day-to-day lives that have changed a lot in 2020. So it's no wonder why we're constantly seeing talks of this great reset that proposes a lot of changes to our entire economy. But the one question constantly being asked is, what exactly is the Great Reset? What's the likelihood of this happening, and what does this mean for you and me? That was actually 3 questions. I take that back. Well, not to worry, I will attempt to answer that question as soon as you reset that great like button by making it turn blue. It's that easy. You get access to at least a dozen hours that were spent creating this video, all for the low cost of that like button being gently but greatly reset. So thank you so much, and with that said, we'll begin here. All right, now here's the thing. To be honest, I had absolutely no idea what this great reset was all about until I started looking into it further. And wow, I did not know what I was getting myself into when I started on this quest to figure out what this was all about. Prior to this, I just read so many comments mentioning that the Great Reset is coming that it turned itself more into a mythical buzzword than anything. And yeah, if you're as confused as I was about all of this, not to worry, because I did what I do best, which is spend hours of my time researching all of this directly from the source. And here's what I've gathered, and you're going to want to listen very closely to this because it took me a very long time to put all of this together. The Great Reset was proposed by the members of what's known as the World Economic Forum. They're a non-profit organization with the main purpose of connecting innovative thinkers and world leaders together in one place for the unified goal of making our world a better place that runs more efficiently. They talk about world problems, issues we're facing, and social unjust, and then they work on solutions to fix whatever needs to be done. Of course, you might be asking yourself, this sounds interesting. How much is it to join such an astute community like this? Well, you're either going to need to be very rich or have an infinite money printer because according to Wikipedia, the membership could be as much as $628,000 a year. Now, because this forum consists of some of the most wealthy and powerful individuals in the world, there's a lot of mystery as to exactly what they do and whether or not they're the good guys or the bad guys. I say this not to make you question their objectives, but given all the mystique surrounding them, it's no wonder why there's been so much discussion about the Great Reset with so many opinions on exactly what it is because honestly, they did a horrible job explaining it. Like, if you go to their YouTube
Right this moment, there is a mad rush in America. Apple, Amazon, Facebook does
YouTube channel, The Great Reset is nothing more than 92 seconds of B-roll showing disasters and political tension with the captions, "Our systems need a reset," and 33,000 dislikes. And to make matters worse, comments are also turned off, so you can't read about how confused everyone is. Now, their website doesn't provide much help either. There's a brief paragraph about how we need to manage the consequences of the illness and start on this so-called Great Reset. And then it links to a video that says, "Watch again, even though I'm in incognito mode and have never seen the video before in my entire life." But so be it, it's a 47-minute long video and I watched the whole thing, which I'll be honest, it was a very long 47 minutes. The video constantly cuts in and out. The audio is barely understandable about 20% of the time.
And if you look at the video,
And it was 30 minutes before they even started talking about the term reset. This is not the only video covering the topic either. There's also another hour-long video on YouTube, and I'll be honest, this one was really difficult to sit through. They never really discussed what anything is actually about, it was incredibly confusing, and there was never really a cohesive message on exactly what's gonna happen. Basically, they just talked for an hour about how we need to design an economy that's more resilient, that doesn't leave people behind, that saves our planet, that's sustainable, and doesn't leave such a large gap between the rich and the poor. They also say we gotta come up with a solution to our problems. There needs to be a social contract that we all have to abide by because of how interconnected we all are, and the digitalization to as much as possible leading us to reset the way we think and do business. The problem with all of this though is that it was really poorly presented to the point where if this were my homework assignment for an economics class, I would immediately just get kicked out of school. I'm sure very few people even watched more than a few minutes of the video judging by all the dislikes, so so it did not go over well. So let's simplify this even further, because from my perspective, this video is a waste of 47 minutes. And instead, I'll just tell you what this Great Reset is and what this means for our economy and how you invest your money. So for those of you just as confused as I was, and still kind of am because their entire message is very incohesive, here's the gist of it. The illness has fundamentally changed the way we go about our day-to-day lives. It's shifted demand towards nearly everything becoming digitalized. It's totally wrecked the restaurant and hospitality industry, and the divide between the rich and the poor has grown even greater. Now, some of this you might be able to argue was going to happen anyway, like online shopping versus going into a mall, or working from home versus going into an office, or charging 20% more for food delivery becoming the new norm. But this illness just put everything into warp speed and caused everything to happen much faster than it would have otherwise. That caused a large
Want to stand out online? Go to Wix.com.
portion of our population to be left behind and lose their job and then be unable to return back to work. And it also caused other people to grow their business to such an extreme level that would have never been possible if not for a stay-at-home order. So instead of a gradual shift that allows people to change and adapt and evolve over time, this change was just thrown on us, and that's bound to create some challenges along the way. Well, this Great Reset is a term that calls for change to current regulations and policies that puts people first, businesses second. And a few of their priorities include placing a bigger emphasis on education, reallocating a percentage of government funding into sustainable green energies, and placing restrictions on companies that take bailouts from the government. Their thought is that if we're going to be creating $1 trillion stimulus, we may as well use this as an opportunity to address all of our problems and issues. And it's better to find a solution now than wait for the problems to get worse. Besides that, there's also another interpretation that the Great Reset is about spreading wealth, taking away private ownership of property, and then equally distributing that to everybody. And I gotta say, from everything that I have read and watched, nothing they say directly supports that. Instead, the closest thing I could find was an article by Klaus Schwab, the chairman of the World Economic Forum, talking about imposing restrictions on companies that take tax-funded bailouts, wanting to impose wealth taxes, and build more green infrastructure. But most of that was really just a suggestion without a big push behind it. Now, if you've heard this entire explanation and you still don't understand what the Great Reset is, don't worry, you're not alone. And here's what I think about the whole thing and how likely any of this is to actually happen. First, it's no surprise that yes, our economy has changed a lot this year. There is definitely a push towards digitalization, cashless payments are soaring, online banks are doing incredibly well, and remote working is becoming a lot more common. I don't doubt that our economy will absolutely be changed for the foreseeable future, if not permanently. But one could argue that many of these changes were going to be happening anyway, and this whole event just became the catalyst for them to happen immediately. As some examples, I believe working from home is going to become a lot more normal. I think living in a big city is not going to be as necessary as it once was. I think digital cashless payments are going to become a lot more prevalent. I think we'll be seeing a lot of malls being repurposed into other uses. I don't think these are all things that are going to go away entirely, but I do think there's going to be a noticeable shift that will stay with us. And we were already moving in that direction before all of this happened. It's just that now we were forced to make those changes earlier than expected. A Great Reset that shifts government and public resources towards sustainable energy, infrastructure, and education isn't necessarily a bad thing. But the way all of this was presented sounds more like an incohesive wish list than an actual plan to make anything happen. Unfortunately, even after I spent
Hey, do you want to start or grow a YouTube channel in 2021? If not, then just skip this video. But if you want to figure out what's working on YouTube,
hours going through all of this, I was still left with the question, what's going on? And I still don't get it. But either way, the marketing on this was so terribly implemented that it makes me incredibly doubtful that any of this is actually going to happen. Now, I think the intentions of all of this at its core are still good. I mean, yeah, companies should be accountable if they receive bailouts. We should reinvest into sustainable infrastructure. And if we're going to spend money anyway, we may as well do it in such a way that's a good long-term investment for everybody. But besides saying that we should all work together to provide solutions to problems, the whole thing just went nowhere, and instead the Great Reset turned into more like the Great Confusion that's unlikely to go anywhere. From my perspective, it's basically just a giant wish list of things they hope the government might implement one day, and really that's it. And really, at the end of the day, I'm going to take the stance that we should not expect or wait for government change, and instead focus on the things we could directly control right now. Because who knows what's going to happen, how long something is to take, or what we're expected to get. So instead of focusing any more time on the Great Reset, here's my great solution that we could be begin implementing right now. First, learn to take initiative. If there's something you want, you have the power to begin working towards that immediately. By watching this video, you already have access to the internet, and pretty much everything you need to know is at your fingertips between YouTube and Google for entirely free. Education does not need to be expensive, and it doesn't need to be formal. And I wouldn't be surprised if education becomes more about self-learning in the future. Second, we gotta place a stronger emphasis on financial education. I'm really happy it's finally becoming cool to save your money, live below our means, and to invest long-term. But now it's become more like an open discussion where people could talk about their struggles, what they've learned, what works, and encourage each other to have an emergency fund, invest, and think long-term. Third, we should each learn at some point to work for ourselves. Ultimately, relying on somebody else for a paycheck is not always going to be sustainable. So learning how to take matters into your own hands when necessary is going to be a useful skill that everyone can benefit from. This might be a side hustle or a business you could start at night, or anything you could do on your own to make money. Now fourth, be compassionate and kind to others. I know this one is not financial related at all, but it's just common courtesy. You have no idea what people are going through behind the scenes or the struggles they face day to day. So just be nice to everybody, even if someone is mean or rude to you, or even if you disagree with what they have to say. Show them kindness anyway, and do your part to be a good person by smashing the like button for the YouTube algorithm. Fifth, it's so important to learn from your past experiences. You would be shocked at how many people don't learn from their past mistakes, they place the blames on others, and then when they keep making the same mistake, they just say it's not their own fault. Sometimes you just need to be critical of yourself and what you're doing if you're expected to learn from that and grow. And really, as unpleasant as that could be sometimes, it's really going to be for the better. And finally, number 6, it's so important that you get your 4 free stocks by using the link down below in the description, because Webull is going to be giving you 4 free stocks when you deposit $100 on the platform, with those stocks potentially worth all the way up to $1,600. So if you like free money, you may as well use that link down below in the description and let me know which 4 free stocks you get. So all in all, the Great Reset is, in my opinion, not much worth discussing. It's a series of ideas and philosophies that overall sound kind of good on the surface. But the entire thing is just so poorly executed, it's incredibly confusing to figure out exactly what it is, and I would not expect really much to come from it. Instead, I would say the best thing we could do is to take matters into our own hands, to work to better ourselves, be kind to the environment, be kind to others, and be introspective and honest with ourselves about what's working and what's not. By doing that, I expect that we'll go a lot farther, a lot faster than waiting for government policies and regulations to change to make our day-to-day lives better. So with that said, you guys, thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it.
Wow.
Make sure to subscribe and hit the notification bell.
This guy, I mean, yeah, he's gonna go along with everything. He's got a script that he's got to say. It's more about he's got the viewership of the people who want to disregard spiritual truths, that everything is actually connected, and that we are moving towards what the Bible says will happen at the end. But yeah, this is somebody who didn't make it in acting, and they offered him a he's probably he's probably controlled op, just like a news media. But you know, it was actually good listening and hearing what they're trying to push on the other side of it. Oh, just ignore it. Sounds good. I mean, did you even notice? Like, I did like, you know, a few of his things about what to do, be initiative, and, you know, make change for yourself and be the good in the world that you want the world to be. But then he said, when he talks about when he talks about being good to other things, he first says be good to the environment and then be good to others. When it's the environment, I mean, yes, it's God's creation. We should be protective and respectful of it, but we need to be good to others way more than the environment. All right, let's see what a financial thing has to say. Here's one more great reset explained. Investors beware.
Jeff Bezos just invested $160
Sounds good and tickles ears, exactly.
into a tiny biotech company that's developing a.
So what actually is the Great Reset? Well, the Great Reset as it stands right now is a proposal for all world leaders and countries to dramatically alter and shift, aka reset, their economic philosophies towards a one united global economy. While that sounds great in theory, right, we're using words like unite and global, let's actually break it down and actually see it for what it really is. Hey, what's going on, guys? This is Daniel, one half of the Kwok Brothers. And well, last video we talked about the Great Reset, but we really didn't talk about the specifics, what it actually is. We talked about a lot of general aspects and kind of my thoughts to it. But in this video, we're going to be talking about the three main components on what the Great Reset actually is, straight from the World Economic Forum's article. And we're also going to talk about the housing market and also how do we, not just as real estate investors, but investors in general, how do we respond? How do we respond to all the stuff that's happening with the economic current landscape? And also, how do we respond to a potential Great Reset initiative happening in 2021? So without further ado, let's go ahead and get right into it. So here are the three main components of the Great Reset. And guys, I'm actually reading it straight out of the article from the World Economic Forum. Here's component number one. The first would steer the market towards fairer outcomes. To this end, governments should improve coordination, for example, tax, regulatory, and fiscal policy, upgrade trade arrangements, and create the conditions for a stakeholder economy. At the time of diminishing tax bases and soaring public debt, governments have a powerful incentive to pursue such action. Moreover, governments should implement long overdue reforms that promote more equitable outcomes. Depending on the country, these may include changes to wealth taxes, the withdrawal of fossil fuel subsidies, and new rule governing intellectual property, trade, and competition. So here's kind of my thoughts and breakdown on what we just read in the first component. So guys, I mentioned this in the last video that I believe in equal opportunity as opposed to equal outcome. Equal outcome is dang near impossible to create because, well, think about the differences that people have in today's economy, right? It pretty much just means that the guy who's working 14 hours a day to create value for his community and provide a better living is going to make the same amount as the guy who chooses to sit on his couch all day and just watch The Price is Right while eating honey bonbons, right? Nothing against bonbons, but let's be real, guys. That situation is not necessarily the fairest equation, right? It's not the most fair scenario. And well, as I mentioned in the last video, I mean, this is textbook communism where everybody gets the same amount of money, aka equal outcomes. And I don't know if you noticed, but in the first component of the Great Reset, that fairer outcome is mentioned twice, right? First, it said in the first sentence, more towards fairer outcome. And then in the second paragraph where it says equitable outcomes, that promote more equitable quote-unquote outcomes. The more outcomes seems to come up a lot, right? And another aspect that I want to point out, in the first, right, it says in tax, regulatory, and fiscal policies. Well, what does that mean, right? Well, fiscal policy is government spending, right, as opposed to monetary policies with more with, the federal. And regulatory, well, that's regulatory with governments laying out regulations on the private sector, such as private companies that provide value for the world and also our local economy. So all of this is pretty much predicated on what I said last week as well, which is pretty much that the government doesn't own anything, right? They're pretty much the Great Reset initiative is to encourage government to not only regulate the private sector, regulate people like me and you, hardworking Americans, but also to regulate and tax more frequently people like me and you, again, the hardworking Americans. So they're looking to increase tax. And again,
Good night, Tommy. God bless you.
repeating last week's video, the government does not own anything. Everything that they own is pretty much what they stole, and I'm going to use that word stole for a very good reason, from people like me and you from the private sector. Okay, let's move on to the components number 2 and components number 3. All right, so according to the article, again, reading straight from the World Economic Forum, proponent number 2 is that the second component of a Great Reset agenda would ensure that investments advanced shared goals such as equality and sustainability. The third and final priority of the Great Reset agenda is to harness the innovations of the fourth industrial revolution to support the public good. So again, we're using a lot of great words like unity and the public good and harness, but let's actually break down what it actually is. And here are my thoughts on that. So what they're saying is pretty much stripping us of our right and liberty to be able to start businesses and create wealth for ourselves. I mean, it's pretty simple, right? When we read word for word what it says in the components, right? Ensure that investments advance shared goals such as equality and sustainability, which pretty much means that they're wanting to regulate and control everything that we invest our money into, right? Because, well, that's just the narrative, right? Because what if you said, well, I want to invest into real estate, right? And I want to be able to have rental properties so that, you know, my family can have cash flow, so I could help mitigate my time, and any reasons that anybody would want to invest into anything, whether it's stocks, real estate, bonds, mutual funds, you name it. They can go, well, it's very easy. It's not supporting the public good, right? As in their words, it's not sharing equality and sustainability, right? There's no advancement of our shared goals, so you can't do that. However, you can invest into this thing, which, by the way, does you no good and actually ends up helping us, and it gives us more control, and it helps, quote unquote, everybody, and it's better for the public good. Which leads me to component number 3, right? Which, for word, it's the third and final priority of the Great Reset agenda is to harness the innovations of the fourth industrial revolution to support the public good. Again, using the narrative of the public good to gain control of the private sector and our wealth and your wealth, and pretty much what it is, and they're using this narrative of, hey, all your debts are going to be paid off, right? Whether it's student loans, whether it's credit card debt, whatever it is, right? We're gonna take care of that debt for you. Well, guess what, guys? If you control the debt, right? If you own the debt of somebody else, guess what happens? You own that person. You control that person, right? It's everywhere, whether it be the Bible, whether it be, you know, common economic laws. If you control the debt of something, you control that person. You control that investment. And that's something that we cannot forget. We always have to have that in the back of our minds. Okay, so here's what I got out of point number 3, right? Point number 3 being harnessing the innovations of the fourth industrial revolution. So here's my thought and takeaway from point number 3. I think this pretty much means the deprivatizing or heavily regulating and controlling every industry pretty much in the world, right? It takes power away from the people. Because, well, let's take a look at what capitalism looks like right now, right? And guys, obviously at this point, you know that I'm a big fan of capitalism. Let's look at how capitalism works, right? You have a company, whether it be public or private, and whether it be public or private, you have shareholders being involved in that company. Now, they are either public shareholders or private shareholders. Well, guess what, guys? Those shareholders are shareholders because they have buy-in, right? Whether it's they bought the shares through capital, through money, or they put in sweat equity, meaning they put in time, which I believe is the more valuable currency. They put in the time and their sweat equity to be a shareholder. And those shareholders are then in part make the decisions. They all have a voice because they have a buy-in in that company. Well, under the Great Reset agenda, the government and the overall public have influence and control over that company as opposed to the shareholders. Well, I have a big problem with that because, well, the government and the public should not have any influence or control over that business as opposed to the shareholders who bought in and also put their time, effort, sweat, tears, money, you name it, into succeeding that business and into making that business great, right? In my opinion, those people who are bought in should have more of a say and influence and have control over that business because they're the ones who invested into it as opposed to the government and the public. My second thought and breakdown of point number 3 and component number 3 of the Great Reset is that time and time again, history has shown us that the private sector outperforms the public sector in almost every single category of getting something done, whatever industry you choose. So, for example, let's go ahead and look at the space industry. So let's go to compare apples to apples, an organization called NASA that's been around for 62 years, and it's a government organization. It's a government entity, government funded, government everything. And let's compare it to a company called SpaceX, right, which is founded by one of my favorite entrepreneurs, Elon Musk, and it is obviously a privately held company. So I got some facts and figures for you guys here. So between 1960 and 1973, NASA, the government organization, spent $28 billion developing the rockets. Adjusted for inflation, today that equals to $288.1 billion. However, on the other hand of the spectrum, the Falcon 9, created by SpaceX, costs $50 million to build, and it's also a reusable rocket, which, by the way, NASA never figured out in their 62 years of existence. And not only that, SpaceX also has initiatives to use their technology and resources to help with the world's greatest problems, one of those being climate change. So even in the space industry, if you compare NASA compared to SpaceX, apples to apples, you'll see that SpaceX not only created their rockets much more efficiently, and they also had significantly better research findings in terms of being able to have a reusable rocket, but they also did it at literally a fraction of the cost and also fraction of the labor and fraction of the resources. Not to mention that they're using their resources and technology to help with the world's greatest problems such as energy, climate change, you name it. So we just covered in detail the three main components of the Great Reset, and we talked a little bit more about what it is, but well, how does this affect us, right? How does this affect us as investors, and what's going to happen moving forward? Well, in theory, right, and I'm not going to say just to speculate, but I think this is genuinely true. If there was ever a time, right, to initiate something like the Great Reset or the New World Order, if there was ever a time to do it, if you really think about it, now is kind of the perfect time to do it. I mean, think about where we're at now, right? Especially with housing and the economy. Let's start with retail, right? So as of mid-July 2020, 14,500 stores were closed just in this year as of mid-July 2020. Actually, CoreSite goes as far as to project over 25,000 store closings to happen before the end of 2020. Now, guys, obviously this leads to a lot of things. It leads to a lot of defaults and delinquencies with commercial mortgages. It also leads to a lot of commercial mortgage-backed securities failing, along with REITs and other real estate funds that rely on the returns of retail, hotels, you name it, stores, everything in general. Now, for retailers that haven't closed, as of mid-November, existing retailers have already racked up approximately $52 billion, guys, in missed rent. $52 billion in missed rent as of mid-November 2020. Now again, guys, that's stores that haven't closed. That's not counting the 14,500 stores that have already closed as of mid-July. You're talking about the stores that are surviving right now. There's $52 billion in missed rent. And of course, having said that, bankruptcies are expected to skyrocket as we lead into 2021. Now let's look at the rental industry, including single-family houses and multifamily rentals. Now, guys, this data is according to the Aspen Institute. Here we go. Pre-COVID, and this study was done in 2018, 20.8 million renter households, which represents 47.5% of all renter households in the United States, were already rental cost burdened, meaning that more than 30% of their household income was going towards their rent. And guys, like I said, this affordable housing crisis was already happening before the pandemic. It was already happening, and this merely just accelerated, right? Let's move on. When the pandemic began, 10.9 million renter households, which represent 25% of all renter households in the United States, were spending over 50%, over half of their household income on rent each month. Now, guys, presently, mom and pop landlords, which are not institutional landlords, right? Not big real estate companies or big realty firms or big real estate funds, mom and pop own 22.7 million rental units out of the 48.5 million available rental units in the United States. That's representing 47% of all rental units. Well, guess what, guys? Out of those 22.7 million rental units owned by mom and pop, right? Again, this is 47% of all rental units. 58% of those individuals, of those mom and pop landlords, do not have access to any line of credit or liquidity cash to help them through any instances or any crisis that's going to happen with evictions. Now, guys, keep in mind that evictions cost significantly more for landlords than they do tenants, right? As a landlord, I don't want to evict a tenant. That's the last resort for me, right? Because I got to pay, the cost of eviction. I got to pay legal fees. I got to pay what's known as a turnover cost, which means that all the stuff that I have to do as a landlord to get a tenant out and move another tenant in, right? I have to redo the carpet, clean the place. I got to pay for all these things. It costs a lot more for a landlord to evict somebody than it does a tenant. A landlord does not want to go through that, but obviously right now it looks to be inevitable, right? Okay, let's move on with the data. Okay, an expected 1.3 million American households are to be behind on rent, and they're expected to owe $7.2 billion total by the end of 2020. Now, guys, here's a statistic that affects everyone. According to Yahoo Finance, about 5.8 million adults say that they are somewhat too likely to face eviction or foreclosure in the next 2 months. According to a survey completed on November 9th by the U.S. Census Bureau, that accounts for a third of the 17.8 million adults in households that are behind on rent or mortgage payments, meaning that for all those individuals that are behind on rent or mortgage payments, which is 17.8 million adults in households, one-third, right? One-third is expected to face eviction or foreclosure in the next 2 months. Guys, that's just the next 2 months. So what does this all mean, right? Where do we go as investors? You guys have just heard me talk about doom and gloom facts and data, and well, as this is all true, I'm sure you guys are asking the question at this point, well, Daniel, what does that all mean, right? Where do we go? What are our next action steps? Where should we invest into? Well, guys, let me give you my thoughts and opinions by saying that throughout my days of research, I have found that the most historically stable thing to invest into are tangible assets, right? Well, what does tangible assets mean? Well, tangible assets is something that you can actually feel, touch, and you know it's not going to go away. Because at the end of the day, what are bonds, stocks, mutual funds? Well, at the end of the day, they're just pieces of paper. They're a bunch of letters on a screen. And one of the things I love about investing in real estate is that, well, it's an actual building. You can go to the building and touch it, right? There's bricks and mortar. The tenants are real. You can touch the grass, right, on the property. And best of all, it's giving you cash flow off of something that is a human need, which is a roof over our head, right? It's shelter. We all need shelter. And the building itself is tangible. Well, having said that, real estate investing being the primary tangible asset ever since the beginning of mankind, right? Ever since the first person rented out their first cave, whatever that means, there's two ways to go about investing in real estate. You can either do it passively or you can either do it actively. Now, for those of you guys that are interested in investing passively, guys, I actually constructed and created a free training. It's a free ebook. It's very short. It's only about 9 pages long on how to properly passively invest in real estate without being hurt and also mitigating your risk. I want you guys to check out the link in the description. Again, it's completely free. It's my gift to you. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, whatever you say. Happy Kwanzaa, Hanukkah, whatever you want to celebrate, right? But from me to you, Merry Christmas, right? It's a free gift on how to invest passively in real estate. Now, the second way to do it is invest actively. Now, guys, for those of you guys that want to do it yourself, you want to get your own rental properties, you want to invest in real estate yourself, I've actually took the pleasure of writing a 290-page book titled 0 to 75 units in 1 year, how myself, my brother, and my team went from 0 to 75 rental units all in 1 year. It's 290 pages of case studies, techniques, stories, everything pretty much that I did to go from 0 to 75 rental units in 1 year. The best part of all, guys, the book is absolutely free. All you guys got to do is just go to 0 to 75units.com. The link is also in the description below. And you guys will get the book. All you got to do is just pay for shipping. So again, it's my gift to you. So again, happy holidays, Merry Christmas. And of course, as my friend Alex Jones will say, don't forget to like this video, share it with your friends, and also subscribe to our YouTube channel at The Clock Brothers. I'll see you guys in the next one.
Need a professional
Okay,
logo
I'm
for your brand?
confused.
I've used the new...
I'm confused. Did he just say, as my friend Alex Jones says? Okay. And he talked openly, oh, no better time than now to come out with the New World Order. Like, it's a good thing. So, yeah, this may be closer than I thought. Seeing that people are actively, happily pushing for it. When I wouldn't think they necessarily would be yet. But, alright, let's do one more and then I gotta call it a night. Sad day. Amen. Amen, Nick. Why we need to rethink capitalism after the coronavirus pandemic. World Economic Forum. Wow. Test. The Great Reset. A futurist? Let's see, how long is this? 5 months ago. How long is this? Oh, it's only a minute. Guess we can listen to it another time. I want to find something for Dean Wiener and normal. A new normal on the Great Reset. Religica. Right, I'm actually a little busy, but I'm finishing up. I mean, I'm not finishing up, I'm just about to pass out. Right, there's a lot of things that I realized tonight. This whole Build America or Build Back Better, I didn't know was the Great Reset or the Global Economic Forum's term. I had heard Biden, and when I hear Biden, I think of the biblical, when they were like, we're going to build back stronger and better. You know, if it was, if we had these kind of trees, we're going to come back with cedars. You know, like saying that God destroyed and they're going to come back and make it even better. It's the same verse that they put on the Twin Towers, or not the Twin Towers, but the One World Tower, that is. I forget what verse I'm talking about. I'll have to remember. But when the verse in the Bible, those people who were saying it were anti-God. And so they were just basically putting their fist up in the air with God, trying to show them why they were wrong and what truths they needed to look at. It's an hour. Not that long. Alright, let's try this. Australian Christian Lobby. Alright, grassroots, so it's Australian. It's 20 minutes, and this looks like good. So we'll watch this, and then I'll call it a night. But the Great Reset, the truth of it.
Having said that, let's move on to
Episode
another
55.
big global issue, which is the Great Reset.
Alright, let's enjoy and learn.
As I said, this has been quite topical of late. There's a lot of different theories swirling around. Some of them are verging on conspiratorial, but it's important to address it because it is real. It's not actually, the existence of it is not a conspiracy. Time magazine is running a Great Reset issue. The World Economic Forum is calling its next national annual meeting the Great Reset, and they've put out a paper called the Great Reset. It's very, very real. It's an actual thing, and it has meaning for all of us because it's got great influence at the area of global governance with world leaders and so on. But to understand the Great Reset, you first need to have some understanding of the World Economic Forum, or the WEF. This is a body. It's just an organization, a not-for-profit. It's based in Geneva in Switzerland. It was founded by a bloke called Klaus Schwab in 1971, and basically, in a nutshell, it is a think tank. It's a think tank kind of on steroids, though. A think tank is kind of an organization that produces research, and they put together research papers on areas that are relevant to government policy. So it might be research on tax rates and the impact it has on business, or it could be on, I don't know, the nature, how many trees are in a suburb and what that does to happiness of the community or whatever. It could be any number of things. And they could put this research paper together, do all this original work, prove the whole bunch of things like a 20% tax rate is ideal, or 7 trees per square meter is ideal, or whatever. That'd be a lot of trees, but all that kind of stuff. And they go to government and say, here's our recommendations, here's our research. Some of these think tanks are quite influential, and they can really influence government policy through the work that they do. The World Economic Forum is a bit like that, except that it's kind of enormous. It is global, for one thing, and also it's managed to get real influence with a lot of global figures, mostly world leaders, but also global business leaders, also figures like Prince Charles, Greta Thunberg, all these types, and a lot of celebrity types and everything as well. So it's quite a broad church, so to speak, and it brings all these people together at what they call these annual meetings. The annual meetings, in its own words, quote, bring together top leaders and shape global, regional and industry agendas. All that kind of blah, blah, blah wording is pretty common in everything that they write. It's boring. But in January 2020 of this year, about 3,000 of these so-called top leaders attended. They were mostly business people, and they were mostly world leaders, politicians. It's influential enough to have informed political campaigns. So the phrase "Build Back Better," which was one of Joe Biden's slogans for the US presidency, is actually a phrase that comes out of the World Economic Forum and the work they've been doing. It was also used by Boris Johnson, the same 3 words in some of his work. Also, you can see the slogan appear on a lot of government department letterheads and communications they put out in research papers, everywhere from Canada to Pakistan, the OECD. Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada, made public statements using that Great Reset phrase and a few associated phrases. So it's a think tank with lots and lots of high-profile friends and very influential. It influences governments, it influences businesses, and it influences the way all these people think, because they get together and talk about this stuff and go away and do their own thing, and it's all lodged in their head. That brings me to the Great Reset. What exactly is it? Well, it's actually a project of the World Economic Forum. It is the title, as I said, of their next annual meeting in May 2021. It is also produced in a big document. It's full of many words that make, that are boring reading, and a lot of them are buzzwords and generalized and all the rest of it. It's just frankly excruciating. But some of the buzzwords it includes are things like change and transformation. It's always on about change and transformation. It wants to really change things. It wants to see that change and transformation in every country and every industry, so it's quite radical. And it wants to see that change and transformation shaped and brought on by the recovery from COVID-19 to reimagine economic systems and reimagine capitalism, as we shall see in just a moment. It's full of lots of PC stuff. There's lots of stuff about equality and sustainability, really heavy on climate change, really heavy. And also there's LGBT inclusion and all that stuff as well. Importantly, this is not just a document that is, or even a body, the World Economic Forum, that's all about governments. It's also all about the biggest businesses as well. It brings them into the agenda. And it does that by saying, businesses aren't just about business. Businesses are actually all about, making a better world. And businesses are all about politics. And businesses are all about leaving legacies and changing society. And we've seen that a lot in businesses lately, mostly with them becoming more and more woke and enforcing diversity and inclusion agendas. And you see like Rugby Australia sacking Israel Folau, and you see Qantas with all of their games that they play. We're seeing this a lot in business. Well, the World Economic Forum is inviting businesses into the fold and saying this is business and government, and we're all into this thing of making a better world. That's significant because we're about to see the World Economic Forum supports stuff that traditionally businesses would not embrace, but they've cleverly included business in the agenda. So that's very clever on their part. Now, all of that's very general. But there are times when people like Mr. Schwab himself, Klaus Schwab, are a lot clearer about their meaning, and they really distill what they want, and you can get a sense of what they really mean with a bit more clarity and a bit fewer words. One example is October the 22nd, Time magazine, an article by Klaus Schwab himself summarising a lot of his work and much of what the Great Reset stands for. And I'm going to just read some quotes and make comment. He says this, for example, he says, "A better economy is possible, but we need to reimagine capitalism to do it." What he really means is pitch out capitalism and put something in its place, but reimagine is a little bit more acceptable and genteel in the diplomatic world. He goes on to say the same economic system that created so much prosperity in the golden age of American capitalism in the 1950s and 1960s is now creating inequality and climate change. So in other words, capitalism's no longer any good. It was great, but no longer any good. And he says, and the same political system, so not economic system, but now political system that enabled our global progress and democracy after World War II now contributes to societal discord and discontent. Each was well-intended, but had unintended negative consequences. So short version, capitalism's bad now, democracy's bad now. Both of them are broken, both of them need resetting, both of them need fixing. You can get a sense of where this is going. He says crazy things like evidence that democracy is now splintered and messed up is things like Black Lives Matter and the climate justice movement, which is insane because these things have not been birthed from belief in democracy or any of the ideals of democracy. These things have been set up as an antithesis to democracy. They're revolutionary movements that don't believe in democracy or don't believe in Western values or any of these things at all. And they've been set up and they're causing all this trouble. He's like, yeah, see what democracy does? See all the trouble it causes? No, these are anti-democratic movements. And you see this a lot. It's almost like a kind of gaslighting. For example, with Biden and the Democrats coming in and saying, now's the time for healing. We're all going to, heal America. We're going to have peace and quiet like we couldn't have under Donald Trump because of all the division and the anger. And we know that the movements that were causing the violence when Donald Trump is still president, but in the Trump term over the last few years, we know that they're left-wing movements. We know that it's Black Lives Matter that was doing that. We know that it's Antifa that was doing that. It wasn't, Trump following, Texans that were doing that. It just wasn't. But see, there's the kind of gaslighting here. It's like, oh, well, now we can heal because that was his fault when it was them all along. Anyway, that's a slight tangent, but it's becoming more and more common. So Klaus Schwab is up the creek on that stuff, but nonetheless, that's his point. He says, capitalism's got to change, democracy's got to change. He goes on, there are reasons to believe a better economic system is possible and that it could be just around the corner. He goes on to say 2 reasons for that. COVID-19, here's a great reset opportunity. Here's a new economic system we can bring in. Now's the chance, since we've botched our economies effectively, and maybe we can do something different now to hide that. The other thing he actually uses a lot, and that the World Economic Forum uses a lot, is climate change. Climate change as another sort of crisis, so to speak, to precipitate a massive reinvention of these systems. He goes on, for the past 30 to 50 years, the neoliberalist ideology has increasingly prevailed in large parts of the world. This approach centres on the notion that the market knows best, that the business of business is business, and that the government should refrain from setting clear rules for the functioning of markets. Those dogmatic beliefs have proved wrong, but fortunately we are not destined to follow them. Yeah, really? Okay. I would say that a lot of the debt trouble that Western countries are in right now isn't because of markets, but it's because of government interventions, like coronavirus. Seriously. But anyway, notice how he's saying that businesses, he's bringing them into the political realm. The business of business is no longer business, but something far greater. Join us, be part of this program. That's really significant. And here's the other thing. He says these things have been proved wrong. The reality is that the last, since World War II, if you look at the democratic and the capitalistic systems of the world and how that's spread into more and more countries, the reality is that it has lifted more people out of poverty than at any other time in history. It has elevated more into the middle class than at any other time in history. It has raised up the lives of more people. It has improved the lot of more people than any other move or idea in all of history. And actually, when you do that, you get all the other things that Mr. Klaus says that he wants. You get, for example, far less emissions per capita with the technological advancement and with the change from a country from third world to developing to first world. You get all sorts of benefits. And he says, no, we don't want those benefits through the capitalistic tradition. We've got a better idea. That's important to note. Here's something far more telling. A video was released by the World Economic Forum, since deleted, interestingly, based on the notion of imagining life in 2030. It's a short video with a number of taglines. The first tagline that appears on the screen, and indeed the thumbnail of the video, was, "You'll own nothing and you'll be happy." Now here's a question. Who exactly is you? Who's owning nothing? I'll tell you this, it isn't Klaus. I'll tell you this, it's not the World Economic Forum. I'll tell you this, it's not the big businesses and big governments that are involved in the World Economic Forum. Oh no, but it's you. It's the little guy. You own nothing because someone is going to own something. That is pure communism, with an elite ruling class that oversees all things, and the little guy owns nothing and is meant to be happy. Doesn't work that way in practice. Great idea. The next line is, whatever you want, you will rent. And it makes my point. Who are you renting it from? Who are you paying? I thought we all own nothing. Someone owns the things. Someone made the things. Someone replaces the things. Someone is responsible for the things. It's just not you. It continues. The US won't be the world's leading superpower. In other words, and it goes on to say, it will be a coalition of nations. So it will be a multinational government. That's what will dominate. Right. As if that could possibly go wrong. And again, if America's not the superpower, I mean, what, do we want China to be the superpower? Do we think that'll go well? I mean, this is sort of the world government stuff. It's idealism. It says you'll eat much less meat, an occasional treat, not a staple. So in other words, someone's now telling me what I can eat. Someone's now telling people what kind of meat they can grow and how they can distribute it, and they're controlling food production, supply, and what you put into your mouth. Surprise. I guess if you don't own anything and you're dependent on the government who owns everything to rent stuff from, why not let them define what your diet is? It goes on, 1 billion people will be displaced by climate change. We'll have to do a better job at welcoming and integrating refugees. Okay, the first part of that statement, false. 1 billion people will not be displaced by climate change. But even if climate change was happening of that nature, there's plenty of work been done to show that the best way to deal with it is technological advance and actually have the technology to deal with it. People can live anywhere with the right technology. People can handle anything with the right technology. And it's technological advance that will do it. But no, they say instead we're going to have to welcome and integrate refugees. And what this is based on effectively, and frankly a lot of countries do a great job welcoming and integrating refugees. They just do it in a sustainable way. But of course this is based on the idea that all cultures are a relativistic view of culture. That there's no culture that's better than another. There's no values that are better than others. You know, no country has gotten further ahead because of its values and its culture, which are good. And therefore, to dilute that doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It is to, and you'll go on to see that they don't believe in Western values. And so that's really what they're after. They want the Western world to be overwhelmed by cultures from the developing world quickly so that they no longer exist. It says polluters will have to pay to emit carbon dioxide. There will be a global price on carbon. Again, I say levied by whom? Who gets the carbon price? Well, not you, because you don't own anything. No, the carbon price will go to the people who own the stuff, and they'll get fatter and they'll get richer. And at whose expense will that be? Yours, who doesn't own anything. Because that's what happens. The carbon price filters down to everything else. It increases the prices of everything. They actually say this, Western values will have been tested to the breaking point, which goes in with what Klaus was saying before about the fact that Western values, democracy, capitalism and all that are on the way out. They no longer work. What are Western values? Well, do you know, it's interesting. Western values, at the very least, are freedoms. Freedom of movement, freedom of speech, freedom of conscience, freedom of religion, freedom of assembly, freedom to protest, that sort of thing. At least people agree on that. Ah, okay, so freedoms. I'll tell you what else people basically agree on is that Christianity, or a form of it, is universally considered to be a Western value. Oh, but that'll have been tested to breaking point. Old hat now. Who needs the freedoms? Who needs the Christianity? New system. Well, finally, let me read quickly a couple of quotes from an article published by the World Economic Forum, How Life Could Change in My City by the Year 2030. This is hair-raising. It says, welcome to the year 2030. Welcome to my city, or should I say our city. I don't own anything. I don't own a car. I don't own a house. I don't own any appliances or clothes. It might seem odd to you, but it makes perfect sense for us in this city. Everything you considered a product has now become a service. We have access to transportation, accommodation, food, and all the things we need in our daily lives. One by one, all these things became free, so it ended up not making sense for us to own much. Now again, someone created that stuff. Someone has power over that stuff. Someone takes the rent for that stuff, as it said in the last list. Someone developed it. Someone repairs it. It's just that you don't own it. You don't own it. Someone's getting rich off it. Once in a while, now note this is how it closes. Once in a while, I get annoyed about the fact that I have no real privacy. Nowhere I can go and not be registered. I know that somewhere, everything I do, think, and dream of is recorded. I just hope that nobody will use it against me. I mean, that's just 1984 out in the open. It's not even hidden. So you're going to be tracked. Everything you think, everything you dream of, everywhere you go will be registered. You will be... So I wasn't wrong, was I, when I said, oh, it's just you that won't own it. It's just that you that pays all the money. It's just you that has your life controlled to the point of whether you can eat your meat or not. It's just you now that is tracked and watched and followed. This is pure communism. Notice, all in all, it's a good life, much better than the path we were on, where it became so clear that we could not continue with the same model of growth. We had all these terrible things happening: lifestyle diseases, climate change, the refugee crisis, environmental degradation, completely congested cities, water pollution, air pollution, social unrest and employment. We lost way too many people before we realised that we could do things differently. It's utopian. It'll solve the fact that there's countries in the world from which people want to flee because of war. We're going to end wars. Have you heard that before? We're going to have world peace. There's going to be no refugee movements. We're going to get rid of diseases. I mean, for heaven's sake. We're going to get rid of climate change, as if that's within our power. I mean, it's utopian, communistic. Now, here's the thing. Is this a conspiracy theory? I don't know. I mean, I should say just no. I was going to say I don't think it is, and then I said no, and it sounded like I said I don't know. That's not what I meant. I don't think it is. It's a real idea by a real bloke and a real entity. The problem is that entity happens to be sort of the hobnobbing place of many world leaders and business leaders, and these ideas are going to be rubbing off on them. Now, I hope that our government has the good sense to resist this. I don't have a lot of confidence, because the thing is, there's not many Donald Trumps in the world who are not part of this establishment class who have to pander to their friends in the political world, right? That have to be seen to pay credence to this stuff because their future and their politics and their lives depend on it. Trump was a true outsider, and that's why they didn't like him. We don't have many of those figures. And this shows us how these people at the very top in these global institutions, how they are thinking. They actually are Marxists and or communists and or something a little bit like both of those things, whatever word you want to give it, centralized government people, they are that kind of person. This is what they believe. They believe in the power of themselves and their own ideas to make a utopia that puts people into a position of total control. Total being controlled, that is. And here's the thing. COVID-19 has shown that the West will embrace this, at least at first. In exchange for a sense of safety and security, and for handouts from the government, and for the odd footy match where we have state of origin with 50,000, and yet we can't even go to a church with all of our friends at church, not allowed to do that, but a 50,000 footy match is fine. For that, we will give up most things. We will give up our movement. We will give up our work. We will give up our Western freedoms like protesting and assembly. We will give up connection with our family. We will give up everything because the government will keep us safe. Isn't that precisely what they want? No wonder Klaus Schwab has written a book, COVID-19 and the Great Reset. Because this, he says, is exactly what we want. And that was what we did for a disease with a 99.9-something% survival rate for young people and a high 90% survival rate for old people. As if it was the Black Death and we're all going to die. Give away a lot, don't we? Quickly, easily. People will drink this up at first. But as the old saying goes, you only vote for communism once. And by the way, COVID-19 was one thing. The next they'll try and engineer into a crisis to get more of this agenda off the ground will be climate change. And it's very clear in the Great Reset documentation that's precisely what they want to do. And that really is, I think, the threat posed by this, is the influence of this group, the World Economic Forum, and the way people are primed to accept it. You know, I was asked very recently at a public forum what I believe is the biggest threat in the next decade or two which we're largely unaware of. That was the question I was asked. It was actually at a forum in Alice Springs. And I thought about it, and I didn't want to give an answer because it sounds crazy. But I said then, communism. And I have thought that for a while, but I haven't really said it, because if you take people too far ahead of where they are, they switch off and don't listen to you. But that is what I believe. It's already happening institutionally in many changes to legislation. In many changes around crises like COVID-19, the response is communistic. Or maybe there's a more precise word, but communistic is close. It's already happening radically in movements like Black Lives Matter. We're trained Marxists, they said. They're revolutionary. They want to wreck the joint. They're total, this is how they think. Or Extinction Rebellion, or Occupy Wall Street, or Safe Schools, or any number of others. And there'll be more in the future. It's already happening mentally, by capturing the minds of young people in the education system. If you teach them Marxist and communistic concepts in the curriculum for long enough, they will embrace it when it arrives. I know more than one young person who's recently finished Year 12 who proudly announces that they are Marxists. And it was purely, I can tell you, because of their education. And that's here in Australia. But of course, it has to happen, doesn't it, when you remove God? Where else do people go for contentment, for security, for purpose, for everything of that nature? If there is no higher authority than the state, and with starry eyes and with their misplaced hopes, they will start looking to the state to make them happy. It won't last because it'll prove false, but that's where people are starting to look. But there is something more than the state. There is something more than politics. The destiny of all things ultimate meaning are found in none other than the living God. Utopia is not on this earth. Utopia is in the next life and the next world. And I am so glad that there's something more than politics. I'm so glad that Trump or Biden or whoever my favorite candidate is winning the presidency is not what my happiness, my security, my joy, and all that sort of stuff, that's not what it depends on. Never has, never will. Because there's something far greater than Trump, there's something far greater than Biden, there's something far greater than Scott Morrison and Anthony Albanese for the Australian politicians, there's something greater than the World Economic Forum. The world is losing sight of that fact. People everywhere are losing sight of that fact. Our leaders don't believe that fact. And so statism is what is going to happen unless we recover that fact afresh. Hey, thank you so much for watching. If you liked what you saw, then make sure to hit the like button. If you want to never miss another video again, make sure to subscribe, or you can right now watch more videos right here. Cheers.
Cheers. And I did like what I heard, and so I did subscribe. This is ACL, Australian Christian Lobby. I enjoyed that. There was a few things that, you know, he just not aware of, but for the most part he's looking into a lot of things, and I'm glad we actually finished tonight's stream on that one. So I learned a lot. I hope anybody who watches through this whole, how long have we been going? Wow, almost 5 hours. 5 hours of the Great Reset. So if anybody actually is watching the replay and you watched all the way through it, I sure hope you were as edified by it as I was. And I do want to say thank you to Miss Debbie one more time. She may be popping in saying goodnight to everybody, or she may already be in bed because it's pretty late. But Nick, I appreciate you, especially for the call earlier. Oh, there you are, Miss Debbie. I appreciate the call earlier, especially with it being live and didn't know what was going on. So thanks for the heads up, brother. And I really did enjoy tonight because I haven't looked into the Great Reset too much, but everything that I have seen so far looks like it is the Antichrist beast system coming up. I think we did hear once tonight that, you know, they're going to have things that look like the beast system where it's not. And this technology that's being rolled out is going to be the same that the beast is going to use. They're just making it roll out as something good right now. So, I really did enjoy tonight. I was uplifted and enlightened. So, thank you so much. And I will put the call out to everybody. Feel free to send videos to watch on these watch parties because I like learning. I've got several others to watch with you, but I want to see what you guys have for us as well. So I appreciate you, Nick and Debbie. Tommy's already gone to bed, but the other few people who are here, I appreciate you all. I pray that you have a restful night's sleep, that this weekend treats you well, and I'm probably going to do something tomorrow. I'm trying to get caught up with different things so that I can move forward in other things. So I'm trying to stream as much as I can, and I just haven't had time to go fishing looking for conversations. So don't have anything scheduled right now, but pray for me, Lord willing, in the next few days, couple weeks, I'll be able to take some time and find some people to talk some doctrine with. So, love you guys. I hope you have a wonderful weekend, and we will talk soon. We'll see you soon. So, thank you so much for joining, and Please keep me in prayers. I will keep you guys in prayers. And we will meet again, Lord willing, here in the next, tomorrow or the next day. All right. Thank you so much. Take care. God bless. And good night, everybody.